he's not even scared of the police. When one time when the police responded and they were at my house, Craig kept calling, saying, you say one word to them, I will kill you and your child. I'll kill, which he constantly said, but the police were right there in the house and he knew it. And he was not even afraid. He has no fear, none. And hearing Senator Martini say what he said, that he has talked to the lieutenant governor and the lieutenant governor would hire Craig in a minute. A convicted murderer? Our lieutenant governor is going to hire him in a minute? Well, yes. And the Sheriff Lopinto in Jefferson Parish, where Craig would be released on probation or parole. So he's going to get out on parole and be watched by wolves because he is also a wolf. And there will be no, yes, ma'am.
Can you wrap it up for us?
You know what? I can't, please. He will get out and kill us. So no, I can't wrap it up for you. I want what I need to say on the record. So if y'all let him out, when he kills me and my kids, and when he kills other people and or cons other people and burns their houses down, it will be on public record what y'all's decision was. Y'all, you should want a full record. And I have children. And I need to say what I need to say.
You can have 2 more minutes. 2 minutes.
I object to that. Craig was on probation or parole. Okay, I hope the public sees how the probation board parole board is treating the survivor of a violent crime.
And I think she spoke on behalf of hundreds of victims who have been told to wrap it up by the Louisiana parole board. And I want to make one thing clear, and you're going to see this very soon for yourself. Her fear is genuine. What she is saying is real. You see, this man who is up for parole, it seems that he has some form of protexia. He has a senator speaking on his behalf. He has a retired judge. He has a sitting judge speaking on his behalf. We have never seen a senator or judge show up for someone who has allegations of being a hitman in the state of Louisiana, speaking on behalf of his parole eligibility. You know, they talk about corruption in Louisiana and what happens in the swamps stays in the swamps. But here we are about to expose to the world something that sure smells like corruption. Again, I don't know. Let's let justice play itself out. But we are going to get to learn the different victims, the different prosecutors, and those in support over the course of this nearly 5-hour 3-hearing stream spanning 3 years. This is something that I've been wanting to cover again for a while, connecting the dots. It's possible because of Sir Richard's spreadsheet. There's a lot of research to go along with this as well. Now, I want you to stick around for all the hearings to see how this plays out. And again, I have to just state that everything I say here is my opinion. You're going to have to see this for yourself. And with that, let's jump in.
So we'll discuss this case and this case only. We're not here to try the offender on anything that he may or may not have done. And we're going to discuss what's in the jacket and what the charges are here today. I want to make sure everybody understands that. All right, parent DFC number 117529, third class offender. Well, eligibility date 9/2/2020. Good time date 12/18/2030. Full term date 4/22/2061. And let's see. He intimidated, impeded, and injured the witness, unauthorized entry to inhabit a dwelling, unauthorized use of motor vehicle, simple burglary, extortion, intimidate, impede, injury, witness, extortion. Again, sentencing date was October 10th, 2002. 5, 6, 10, 5, 12. There's life 5, all to run consecutively. Then he was retried after that. So not eligible for good time. I mean, his good time date we've already discussed what his good time date is. 12, 18, 23. Does that sound correct?
The only thing, there's only one extortion, yes, sir. I think you said.
Okay.
extortion.
Okay. One extortion. It is correct. That's
Yes,
correct.
sir. I don't, thank you, sir.
All right. Well, tell me what's going on with you, Craig. What you've been, what kind of, how long have you been down? How old are you and how long have you been down?
I'm currently 58 years old. I've been down a little over 20 years, sir. I've been working, how can I say this? I'm not the person I was before. I first like to thank the board for the opportunity to bring me here today, but I'd like to really apologize to everybody that I've wronged and harmed, in my lifetime. But I'm not that individual anymore. If this board does show me some mercy and lets me out, I will try every day to be a better person. My father's 85 years old. He has a construction company. He's not doing really well on his health. He just got off of dialysis, which was a miracle in itself. And I'd like to go out there and try to be the right son that I never have been. And, I'm a mentor over the carpentry class here, re-entry mentor. I teach Votech. I've gotten several students jobs. I've tried to do as much as possible to help other people and to try to do better for myself, sir.
All right. When's the last time you had a disciplinary write-up?
I think it was 2016 or
Is that right?
December of 16.
Okay. What was that for?
I was working at Gillis Long. I was doing an addition for the general at Gillis Long at the National Guard base, and one of the fertility maintenance guys called the parole board to ask them about my date, and they said they heard me in the background give them my DOC number because he wanted to attend. So they wrote me up on a 30W.
38.
30L.
Okay. And so what's your current status there? Are you a trustee? What do you do? What
I'm a Class A trustee.
how long you been a Class A trustee?
I think I was first given Class A trustee around 2005 or 2006. I was here. I went to the state police barracks. I worked at the governor's mansion. I worked at DOC headquarters for a while. I worked on a construction crew at DOC headquarters. I worked all over the state of Louisiana. I'm now a Class A trustee, and I'm currently quarantined on the compound. I'm helping out with the ice house, and I cut the grass. Well, of course, the grass isn't on me cutting right now. But class did start back up, so my class has started back up, sir.
Okay. What's your so you have high school diploma? Or did you get a GED, or you have?
I have high school diploma, sir.
So what's your plans if you were to be released early? Where are you going to go? What you going to do? What's the plan?
Well, I've had several job opportunities, but my plan is to, spend as much time with my father as I can. I mean, he's, my mother's been deceased before I got locked up. I plan to get involved in, construction. I plan to, try to keep mentoring, trying to stir people from coming to prison because, each and every day you wake up in here, it's not a place to be, sir.
So you're going to live back where you lived before then, I suspect. Where is that?
Well, it's Jefferson Parish, sir.
And Warden, you have any input there for us?
Yes, sir. He does very well. He is a mentor. He's certified in carpentry skills. He's only had 11 write-ups since he's been here. It's been no problem. He's taken a lot of our rehabilitation classes. He's taken a lot of them.
Good. Yeah, so I was going to ask you, Greg, what classes have you taken that's affected you, or you think that's been helpful?
Well, I took the first victim awareness class here that was instituted in Angola. I think it was like 2002 to 2000, well, maybe 2005, back there at Camp F. You know, it was the first one they ever had here. I've taken anger management 3 times. Now, I have tried to take some of the substance abuse over, but once you take them, you know, you have 6,500 people that you can't really take them. But I've gotten into a lot of club programs, which is a sober group here, and I've sat in a lot of, meetings with the 12 step, but I've also taken, pre-release. I've taken Thinking for a Change since I've been here. I've taken Inside Outside Dads, but the pandemic came, and I think I only had like 4 classes. And I took anger management, cage your age. They let me take anger management over because it was a different anger management here. So.
Okay.
But I've taken that 3 times.
Okay. All right. All right, I'll sit back and listen to my colleagues. I have no further questions. Mr. Alvin Roche?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Parole. How
Good
are
morning,
you?
sir. Good, sir. Thank you.
Good. The mentorship program at the Angola reentry program caught my eye. Tell me exactly what your daily routine is as a mentor in the carpenter program.
Okay, sir. We got a classroom, and I have a hands-on project building that I built. And in the morning, I have like 10 students. And, I start off in the morning, and we go through the different modules. And I'll have different students in different modules. And then, I take them on special projects, like they'll have a roof that needs, like I just got through helping out with the canteen roof because the hurricane blew it off. So I take the young guys, and the young guys have never had an opportunity to use a screw. They can dribble a basketball like Michael Jordan, but when they put a tool in their hand, they have, so I teach them how to use the tool. I teach them how the program works. And, that's basically what the program's about. And once they leave here with a certificate. And I would say at least the majority of my students can at least be a carpenter's helper. And some of them are carpenter. We do teach a core program too, which has got a lot of safety in it too, sir.
Mr. Parole.
Yes, sir.
You are a veteran, I would say a veteran of violent crimes. You've been arrested over 20 times.
Yes, sir.
And most of your crimes are crimes against persons. I know it's been 20 years since you arrived at Louisiana State Penitentiary. What would you say to some of your victims about the behavior you displayed when you were committing the crimes you did? And how is this Greg Parole different in 2020 than it was in the 90s?
Well, first off, I think we all do things at a younger age, and and there's no really excuse. But as I've grown older and matured, I've learned that person was despicable. That's not the person that I was raised or taught to be. And that everybody has a right, to walk around and not be tormented or intimidated or hurt in any kind of way. And this person here, I go out of my way, to stop from getting in conflict. And I promise you that every single day that I'm going to try to be a better person. And I carry no remorse. Craig Parent put himself in prison, and I was, a menace to society, and I've learned to be, a better person, and I've tried to do everything I can to be a better person.
What program or event was the turning point in the 20 years that made you realize that you were a despicable person?
What program? Well, the victim awareness program. Victim awareness program taught me a lot. And I do have some good qualities, but I wasn't a good person. I didn't care about anybody else's feelings, and it made me think about other people. When you're on the street, you just think about yourself, and the world just ain't about Craig Parent. you know, and when you come to prison, you realize that the world ain't about you. The world's, you know, doing fine without you. And it's time for me to try to fit in and be a better person, you know, and contribute to society. I'm getting caught in my.
That's okay. That's okay.
I'm real nervous now, sir.
Everyone that sits in that chair is a little nervous. So basically, for the record, reassure your victims of your crimes that if released, you have nothing to worry about as far as rape parent is concerned.
The last court appearance, I told Mr. Wolf that I'm finished, that I'm through, that I promised my victims, they won't hear. I'll do my best not to get a traffic ticket. I won't roll at a stop sign. I won't speed. Nobody has nothing to worry about, Craig Parent, sir. And I apologize to them, and I'm sorry that I inconvenienced their lives. And I just wish, you know, that I could do something to prove to them that they have nothing to worry about me. Nothing at all.
Mr. Parent, your full-term date is 2061, 41 years from today.
Yes, sir.
And you will be in supervision for a very long time.
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that you cannot live a normal life?
I realize that I'm a third-class citizen, sir, that I have to walk a chalk line. And I've learned that, you know, I've had a lot of time to think about that there's things that I can't do and say that a normal person can do, because no matter what I say or do, it's going to be wrong. You know, I'm going to be wrong.
You can't associate with anyone that has a felony on their record. You cannot associate with any known criminal activity. You can't go to the bars with a friend for a drink. You can't go to the casino. There's a lot of things that you're going to have to get used to. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready for that, sir. But I don't even think about bar rooms anymore. And I never really was big on casinos, sir. So I don't think about those things. I mean, it used to be a Friday night, used to be the big night. Now it comes and goes, just like I worked it.
I'm not worried too much about casinos and bars. I'm just trying to make you realize there is a different style of life you have to get used to, because that mama showed, being the son of a contractor, you had all the advantages growing up, and some of those advantages will not be available to you because they'll be in violation of your supervision.
Well, whatever I have to do to abide by with my whatever rules and regulations, I'm going to stick to them.
Thank you, Mr. Parole. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Ms. Wise.
Good morning, Mr. Parent. Perry, I can't pronounce it well as Mr. Roche pronounces it.
He was pronouncing it right. It's Parole.
Parrot, okay.
Yeah, it's French, man.
All right.
Thank you.
Now, according to your record, now you correct me if I'm wrong, that you admitted that you were a cocaine and alcohol user.
Yeah, I admitted to using cocaine and drinking at some point.
Okay, so tell me, what's your plan to stay clean and sober if you're successful today?
Well, I've had 20 years to look at that, and the urge and nothing there, and it's, you know, I haven't touched any of it in years.
So you don't have a plan to stay clean and sober?
I plan on going to NA and you know, AA and, you know, getting involved in programs, you know.
Okay, because when you get on the other side of the gate, that's a whole different.
Oh, yes, ma'am, I realize.
Whole different thing. Okay, how many times a week were you thinking of going?
Well, at least, you know, once or twice a week.
Okay.
I mean, either one I need to go to.
Okay. AA or NA or Celebrate Recovery, either one. Which one have you thought about?
Well, I started taking Celebrate Recovery at Hunts when I was there for a few days. That was a pretty nice program, but I got moved back to Angola. So.
Right. Okay.
I like that.
Good. And it is best that you try to get with something that you already have a like for. And that's, you're more inclined to participate in it.
Yes,
because
ma'am.
you don't know what urges are going to resurface when you get out. You don't know.
Yes, ma'am.
I noticed when you were talking to Mr. Rose, you said that each day you wake up, you're in this place and you don't need to be. And I want to make mention that your victim had to completely reorder their life for you. So speak to that for me.
Well, I didn't mean to say it. I may have misspoke. I didn't say that it didn't need to be. I said it's a place that I don't want to be, that I don't want to come back to, is what I was trying to say.
Okay.
I don't want to come back here. I mean,
Okay.
everything is taken away from you. Privacy, everything. I mean, you're no longer in control of anything. You know, I just say I may have misspoken. I apologize.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's a
Okay.
place. And, you know, and my drug use was, you know, a real long time ago. I just went to drinking, you know, but it was, when I was going to discos and stuff like that. But I did put in, you know, my pre-sentence investigation that he asked me if I used drugs, and I did do cocaine before.
Okay.
So
Okay. But again, speak to the fact that you are in a different situation now because of prison being what it is. But I want to say that your victim had to reorder her life. She's in a whole different place because of coming in contact with you, the person you were then. So what do you say to that?
Man, it's a shame that I even, you know, I mean, I should have walked away like a man, and I was childish, and it's a shame that she has to feel like that. And I prayed to God. I'm really, you know, sorry that these things happen between me and my ex-girlfriend, to put her in that situation. And I can just apologize. I don't know what else to say.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's all right. Thank you, sir. That's all I had, Chairman.
Thank you.
All right, let's see if we can get some folks here. I guess we'll hear from a supporter here first. I mean, I guess Mr. Hand, would you like to make a statement? Take the mute off, please. Okay. Nope. You had it for a second. It's off now.
I'm okay now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for letting me address the board. By way of introduction, I was in the legislature for approximately 3 terms as a state representative, and I was a judge in Jefferson Parish for 15 years, retired in 2009. And since then, I've been an administrative law judge for approximately 5 years with the parish of Jefferson, and I'm a city court judge in the city of Kenner at present, from 2015 to present. And I've known Craig Parent for many years before he went to prison. I've known him for about 30 years, approximately, altogether. And of course, I've stayed in touch with Craig during this period of time where he's been incarcerated. And I've seen the changes in Craig. I've met with him, we've had visits, we talk on the telephone occasionally, and I've stayed up connected with Craig, and I know he's a changed person. All these things he's told you, I truly believe that he is the person he says he is now. And I know he's changed from his prior lifestyle, just due to my visits, conversations with him, conversations with other people. And I know he harbors no ill feelings toward anyone now, either his victim or the victim's mother. I know he's no danger. I truly believe that. He is no danger to them. He has totally rehabilitated himself through the system. When he was very involved with the Impact program way back when it was in effect, I went and spoke. I went and helped with the graduation ceremonies. I saw the changes in Craig, and they were gradual. This is over 20 years. I saw the changes in Craig. I know recently he's involved in the reentry program. and he's been working with young people and doing a fabulous job. He's been a trustee for a long time. I intend to stay involved with Craig with Celebrate Recovery at my church, the Vineyard Church in Kenner. I plan to mentor him and help him in other ways. I think he has employment lined up with his father, who is ill and, like he said, 85 years old. His father, Norman Parent, with his construction company. And I know he has a place to live, and I think he's totally committed to be a good citizen. I really do. I think he's going through criminal menopause, and I really truly believe that he can really contribute to society if this board would see fit to allow him to return. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Mr. Martin.
It's Martini.
Martini, okay, I didn't see it on there. Mr. Martini,
Not
apologize.
a problem. I just want to speak briefly. I knew Craig before he got in trouble, but when he was just a young boy working out at the same health club where I worked out. But where I really got to know him, I was a member of the Louisiana legislature. Actually, I followed Skip Hand into the House, and I became after being there for 2 years, I was chairman for 8 years of the Criminal Justice Committee. I was very instrumental in a lot of the laws that we passed, most of which were very good. One of the bad ones that and I don't want to say bad, but we passed 3 strikes and you're out, but we did not limit them to, we said any 3 felonies and you go to jail, for the rest of your life. No parole, pardon, whatever. After experience with the effects of that law for a couple of years, we said, we really meant to make it 3 violent crimes, 3 crimes of violence. And I will tell you, and I heard you read off the list of charges against him, but of the 3 charges that I believe he was sent to jail on, was the only one that was at any point in time a crime of violence was the extortion law, which is no longer a crime of violence. We were smart in that several years. Unfortunately, Craig got caught in the middle because we went back and reversed it and we fixed it, and we made it the 3 strikes had to be violent crimes. Unfortunately, there was a group of people who were stuck in the middle there, and Craig was one of them. Now, he served 20 years. I understand. I'm not here to tell you that back 20 years ago, he was the greatest guy in the world, but I pretty much lived with him for the last, I was there for 25 years, but both as the chairman of criminal justice in the House and as chairman of the Judiciary B Committee in the Senate. I firmly believe what he's telling, and I would double down on what Skip Hand just told you. I'd also point out to you that the lieutenant governor of the state, Billy Nungesser, called me last night, and we told him he could not testify because there was only 3 of us. But he said, please tell them if his father if he doesn't have a job with his father, I have a job with him working at State Park, and he vouches for him 100%. And while I'm not here to justify any of the crimes that he was involved in, I am here to tell you, I think had he been convicted under the law as it is now, we wouldn't be having this hearing. He would have been out of jail by now. So I strongly recommend, I strongly support his efforts, and I, along with Mr. Skip Hand, are more than willing to mentor as he goes along. Although I firmly believe that he is reform and he's entitled to this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now let's see, the next person support is is Ms. Lambert. Is that the next one?
I'm going to leave.
Are you okay?
Is a victim, Mr.
Go
Kelsey.
ahead. Victim, yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Wolf. I thought there was one more.
No, sir. I was going to just advise that Ms. Lambert is in opposition. She is actually the victim in this particular case, but she would like to speak.
This is Phil Ciascio.
Oh, look, hang on just a second. We'll get Mr. Ciascio, we'll get one more supporter in, and then we'll come to you guys, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Mr. Ciascio.
Ladies and gentlemen, I represent Craig Parent. I've been representing him for a number of years, and we've been before the parole board on 2 occasions before this. This is the 3rd time. Judge Hand and Danny Martini have expressed similar thoughts that I was going to express to you today, but I also wanted to point out some statements that were made about Mr. Parent that go directly to his moral character and fitness, in my opinion, to be seriously considered to be paroled this date. And I want to refer to 4 individuals who spoke, who testified at his resentencing hearing on February 6th of this year. And all 4 of these individuals are state employees who are fairly high up in the chain of command. Rick Harvey, who has been the maintenance manager for the Department of Corrections and was directly involved in working with Mr. Parent from 2011 to 2016, testified that he was a trustworthy, skilled, and competent worker, and he was extremely dependable. Major Brian Hutchinson, who Craig had worked with at the Gillis Long Center, testified that he was a talented and exemplary inmate. Jamie Barr, who is the superintendent of maintenance at Angola, he testified that Craig was competent and a qualified member who rebuilt Louisiana School for the Deaf. And more importantly, Warden Gary Young testified that Craig was chosen to be a mentor to the prisoners for the reentry program. He said that he shows exceptional good behavior and had a very good behavior record. He said that he had very good leadership qualities. And finally, he said that Craig was an example of moral rehabilitation today that they have put in place at Louisiana State Penitentiary. Now, I know what happened 20 years ago was a terrible, terrible event for these victims, for the victim and the victim's mother. We can't change what happened 20 years ago, but Craig can change since he's been in prison, and his record and the statements made by these individuals indicate that he truly has changed. And he now, as far as I can tell, has exhibited what this board should consider. First of all, he is not a danger to the public. He has not been involved in any fights at Angola, has never been written up for anything of any violent nature at Angola or any of the state facilities. And he is qualified and has a skill that will make him successful when he gets out of prison. And that is, he's a carpenter, he's a contractor, and he can continue to do those things outside of prison with his father, and if need be, work for the lieutenant governor in the state lieutenant governor's office. So based on these things, I would ask that the board seriously consider giving him parole this date. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Wolf, would you like for me to call on Ms. Lambert or Ms. Josephine first, or would you like to make a statement?
I'd like to go ahead and let Ms. Lambert and Ms. Polanco speak first, and then I'll follow up if that's okay with the board.
Great. Ms. Lambert, would you like to make a statement?
I'm going to beg the parole board to please not let him out. Look at that big, huge guy. He cannot control himself in regular society. He never has, and he won't again. Everything he said here today, he said to me 100 times as he was threatening to kill me repeatedly. I'm trying to look at some notes, but I'm going to start off by saying that if y'all let him out, me and my children at the very least will die almost immediately, and you won't be able to catch him. Do you know why? Because he has friends in high places like Skip Hand and Danny Martini, and now the lieutenant governor. Craig Parent was doing bad. I don't know about the lieutenant governor, but for these guys, Craig Parent was out there doing bad things for them. They're crooked and corrupt, and that's why it was so hard for him to go to jail. That's why he kept getting deals cut that allowed him to do this to me. While he did this to me, while he was either on parole or probation for doing something to somebody else. So y'all are good people, and regular society wants to think, you know, okay, that's a deterrent for normal people. He's not a normal person. He thinks it's a joke. He thinks it's funny, and he's conning all of you. Being on parole will not stop him from hurting more innocent people. He can't control himself. In prison, he's doing good things, and that is good. It's very good. It's very, very good. But he needs those bars to keep other people safe. You take off those bars, and he's an animal again. Literally an animal. The police couldn't get there fast enough to stop his body, not a tool, nothing. His physical body, you see how big he is, breaking through like a bull, my door. It was Jesus that saved us that night. Only Jesus. And so many other times before, waiting outside of my house with a friend to kill me because I was going to testify against him. He has no fear. He has no fear. And, you know, there were tons of other charges that I'm going to address this because.
Yeah, you go ahead, make your statement based on your charges. We're not going to discuss charges that may or may not be involved in an ongoing investigation. So go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate that, but what I'm going to say is relevant because Danny Martini just said, well, if Craig Parent would have been sentenced right now, he wouldn't go to jail for the life. Well, there were a lot of other charges that he just was not billed for because there were so many at the time, and he was going to get life. So that's a misstatement of the truth. He should be in jail for life, and I was promised at the risk of my life. And so many other victims refuse to come forward because they know he's going to keep getting out of jail. I'm here because I know I'm going to die if y'all let him out. And worse than me, my children. I'm going to remind y'all of some of the things he said to me, just so you can know what you're dealing with. He would cut up my child and send him piece to piece to me. Piece to piece, cut up my small little baby. And did he mean it? Oh, yes. He was leaving dead animals, decapitated animals on my doorstep. He's been history of that kind of thing. Another thing he told me was that he would kill me and lock my child in the room with me with my rotting body. And you know what? He means it. This is the kind of guy. Parole helps a lot of people. Prison rehabilitates a lot of people. But this guy is not a normal person. He's some kind of psychopath. And the thing is that he doesn't think like regular people. Those bars are the only thing that's keeping anyone else safe. That's my worry. And so great, he's doing good in prison. Please let him stay there where he can help people and help the young people. I want to share also with the parole board this stuff about he's going to come out and be a contractor. That's how I met him. That's how he targets his victims. I was introduced through him from another attorney who heard me saying I was going to renovate my home. As an attorney myself, I was unable to distinguish him as a criminal or having a criminal mind because he's such a psychopath. He acts like a lovely, charming. You see how nice and charming and humble and sweet and gentle he seems? No, it's a trick. He uses his construction to get new victims, and not just women, men and families. So him being freed to be able to go into the construction site is you all feeding him a whole new, he's only 58 years old, 20 years worth of new victims. Now he's got the lieutenant governor protecting him, legislators, judges, everything else protecting him. Y'all will never get this animal back off the street. He cannot control himself. In our trial, the things he was saying to you, he was saying, oh, I wish, this girl talking about me, she's lying, she's lying, she's lying. I wish my ex-wife was here. She'll tell you the truth because this girl's just lying. Well, you know what? She was another one of his victims, barely lived through that. And she's terrified to come testify anymore. I'm the last one standing. I am begging you all. The parole, let me just please look at my notes again, because it's, my children need me. And you know what? It is commendable that he's had no fights in prison, Mr. Ciascio, but that's because he's around other grown men who he can't hurt. He picked me up by the back of my sweatshirt off my feet with one arm. That's how strong he is. That's just one example. He's not fighting in prison because he knows he's going to be up against other big, strong men. And that if he does it to the weaker men, he's going to get in trouble from the prison guards. So good, prison is keeping him from fighting. Good. That's good, because one punch from that guy, you're done. Done. You see his size. As far as his drug and alcohol thing, I can tell you that when he was doing this stuff to me, which lasted for, I think, about a year, because I couldn't get it to stop, because they kept letting him out of prison or jail, whatever. Even though he had the ankle thing on, they kept letting him out because he's connected. Is this someone any of us want on the street when he's shown that he's going to do this again? I mean, setting fires, killing people. It's in his record. Please look, I'm begging you not to, and he is a danger to the public. He's the worst kind of danger because he doesn't look like a criminal. He's not the thug walking down the street at night that you know to cross the street. No, he's coming at you like a businessman. And the stuff about his father.
All right, Ms. Lambert, let's go ahead and wrap up.
No, he did not take care of his father. He stole from his father. He was bad from his father. He's using his father to get your sympathy when really he's horrible to his father. And it's every reason that they've given, it's actually the opposite. He was not on drugs when he did these things. So good that he got drug help, but that's not the cause. The cause is his mind, his wicked, evil, cunning mind. He has never been out of trouble. He has never stopped hurting people. I'm begging you for myself and my family, and not just for us, because if he kills us and y'all don't catch him, he's going to continue to do it to other people, innocent people. He doesn't like waking up in prison every day. I can't sleep still because I know he's a trustee. What if he gets out? I'm looking around still all the time. I'm looking around on the street, and so is every other victim he's ever had. So it's please, this is not the kind of guy that parole is set for. He will continue hurting other people, starting with us. I am begging you.
All right,
Please.
thank you, Ms. Lambert. Thank you for your comments. Ms. Blanco, would you like to have a statement? Take your mute off.
Yes. And good morning. I think it's still morning. Good morning to everybody. Seems like I come like all the time to do this. And I know that my letter is in the records. However, I'm going to read my letter again because I think y'all are all new faces. My name is Jo Blanco. I am the mother of Agia Lambert, as well as a licensed clinical social worker who is qualified as an expert in the field of domestic violence. I'm speaking not only as a mother, but as a professional who works with domestic violence offenders. Please let it be known that I am vehemently against the parole or release of Craig Parent. Craig Parent cannot, and will not be rehabilitated. His history is that of a fellow who is extremely violent. When I first met Craig Parent, he presented himself as an ordinary, nice person. I consider this to be the entrapment period. At first, as time progressed, his true pathology became apparent. For you, the parole board, and the general public, he will present himself as a great guy who's been completely misunderstood and falsely accused. One certain fact that we who work in the world of domestic violence knows is the perpetrator of domestic violence always claims to really be the victim or the accuser. Perpetrators are highly manipulative individuals and are able to convince most people that they are really great guys who have been wronged. However, Craig Parent is not only a violent person in his personal relationships, he is proven to be violent anytime he doesn't like what is happening or what someone is doing. During the period of time that Craig Parent terrorized my family, we lived in debilitating fear that he would hurt or kill us. His threats still haunt me. Craig Parent threatened to break the legs of my elderly mother, hurt my young grandson and my family members, my daughter and myself. Craig Parent's abusive behaviors resulted in bruises all over my daughter's body, damage to her home and personal belongings, instilled terror, and resulted in depression and anxiety. His attempts to isolate her from her family and her friends was initially successful under his tactics, until his tactics escalated and others started to intervene to protect her. We learned to fear the ringing of the telephone because of his calls. On one evening in particular, he called my home and informed me that he could see me and was watching me. And he then told me, "You think you know fear? You haven't seen fear until you live the fear that my family members and I lived for months. You will never understand how the fear continues to have a life of its own." For months, my daughter and my young grandson lived with me and slept in the bed with me because of the threats and fear instilled in us by Craig Parent. We all took advanced courses in self-defense. We all lived in a hyper-vigilant state of awareness, always looking over our shoulders. We never drove straight to our destinations, but took twists and turns to assure that we were not being followed. During the period of time that Craig Parent threatened my family, the Harahan Police, the Orleans Parish Law Enforcement Agency, and Jefferson Parish personnel were extremely fast in responding to us because they fully understood the danger that Craig Parent posed. After Craig Parent's conviction, a group of law enforcement personnel told me that every time they were contacted, they were expected to find the dead bodies of my daughter and my little tiny grandson. Craig Parent, as expected of sociopaths, presents as very likable and trustworthy individual, a nice young man. In reality, he is a vicious wolf in lamb's clothing. This is the very person who has put 2 contracts out on my daughter's life. He is a deadly threat to my family. The thought that he would be considered, much less granted parole or release, has brought all of the horrible fears and memories back to the forefront of my mind and heart. I'm begging you not to release Craig Parent. I'm begging you as a mother and a grandmother to keep this violent criminal behind bars and away from my family and society. There is no doubt in my mind that Craig Parent will come after my family members as he promised he would. Please, please don't release him. In releasing him, you're placing my family in intimate danger. I would like to add, this is not in my letter, and I understand that there are powerful people who are backing him, who have been lifelong friends of his family. And Craig, it sounds like he really is doing well in prison. And what I have found is that in a highly structured environment, people like Craig do well. But once released in the street in the freedom of society, they can't deal with it. Thank y'all very much for listening.
Thank you so much. Mr. Wolf?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Let me introduce myself to you. My name is David Wolf, and I've been a prosecutor for over 30 years now, first in Orleans Parish and for the last 23 plus in Jefferson Parish. I want to thank you all today for holding the hearing and considering the testimony given by Agia Lambert and her mother, Josephine Blanco. I hope you've also had the opportunity to read the letters and other documents that Randy Meyer has supplied to the board. First up, I just want to say, I hope y'all have been watching Craig Parent's demeanor during the testimony, as I have, because his demeanor certainly changed from when he and his proponents were presenting to when Agia Lambert and her mother started to talk, because he became very bored and disinterested and rolled his eyes a few times when they testified. And I hope you saw that. I first became involved in this case over 20 years ago. At that time, I was the supervisor of the domestic violence and child abuse units in Jefferson Parish. I received a phone call from a prominent defense attorney who I had practiced against in Orleans Parish. I know Mr. Parent has a conspiracy theory that we were once co-workers and he called me as a co-worker. The defense attorney in question had left the Orleans Parish DA's office while I was still in law school. But we had met in court on opposite sides during a homicide case. Anyway, this attorney called me and he said that he had grave concern for a public defender, Agia Lambert, who had gotten involved with a client of the public defender's office, Craig Parent. They had been introduced by another public defender. Craig Parent was on an ankle bracelet at that time. And as Ms. Lambert stated, she was looking to make a purchase and a renovation of a home. She was introduced to Mr. Parent, who assisted her, helped her out. They became friends. They became romantically involved. And shortly thereafter, she saw the other side of him, a side that y'all have not had the opportunity to see. He became violent towards her, physically, verbally, abusive. He made threats against her and her young son, her mother, her grandmother. He threatened to kill and dismember her and her child, dismember the child, drown her. It was the threats that I heard really were horrifying. I met with Ms. Lambert. I met with other witnesses. I read the case and I looked at his prior record, which was extraordinary to me as well. And after reviewing everything, as a supervisor, generally you assign a case to be screened and later prosecuted. I screened the case myself. I filed the bill of information and I handled the case myself. We call it a vertical prosecution. I was so concerned for these folks that I did not just want to hand it off to a trial attorney assigned to a division of court. At the end of my review, I charged Craig Parent with 3 counts of intimidation of a witness, 1 count of unauthorized entry of an inhabited dwelling, 1 count of unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, 1 count of simple burglary, and 1 count of extortion. That extortion being to inflict great bodily harm or death in the exchange for money, basically an extortion for money. Also, he had threatened them, both Miss Lambert and her mother, if they went to the police, that they would die. His prior record consisted of multiple counts of aggravated burglary, battery charges on police and civilians, cocaine charges, stalking charges, and DWIs. Most of these arrests never led to formal charges. which was disturbing. The most disturbing part of his prior criminal history was, in fact, that he had been indicted March 12th, 1987 for the crime of first-degree murder. And 3 weeks later, on April 7th, 1987, this indictment for first-degree murder was reduced to an attempted armed robbery. He was sentenced to 5 years and was sent to the state police barracks where he only served 3. Now, when you hear Miss Lambert and her mother talk to you about how Craig Parent is connected, that seems to suggest that they are correct. And the record indicates that he was represented by Mr. Doug Allen, a name that you may know as a former parish president of Jefferson Parish. Other names that come to light is during his divorce from Miss Dawn Casey, who testified at trial. Mr. Parent was represented by the law firm of Lee, Martini, and Carasi. Martini, you've met Danny Martini, former senator. Lee is Harry Lee, who was sheriff of Jefferson Parish from 1980 to 2007. So yes, he's connected. So in reviewing the case and meeting with Miss Lambert, I was horrified by what I heard. He had used acts of physical violence as a foundation for intimidation and made detailed threats to kill Miss Lambert and her young son. He threatened her directly and through her mother, attempting to extort money and to prevent the victim and her mother from reporting these acts to law enforcement. Miss Lambert had actually left her home in Metairie and moved into her mother's home in Harahan because she was so frightened for herself and her young child. Mr. Parent had, after being arrested on initial charges, kept coming back, breaking into the home, making more threats, and was actually arrested several times before he went to trial. The only time he actually stayed in jail was after he was convicted. The investigation into this case led me to his ex-wife, Dawn Casey, who provided a history of similar acts of physical abuse and threats to her life perpetrated by Parent. The history of abuse against her had been documented in a diary and journal, both of which were later introduced at Parent's trial. He once told her, "I beat one murder charge, I can beat another." And I know that in his letter to the board, Randy Meyer kind of detailed the homicide that he was indicted for and that was later reduced. It was an execution style homicide where a man who I believe the victim was 6'3" had an entrance wound from the backside of his head above the ear down through the eye. So he was on his knees and executed. The homicide, from the reports that were read, stemmed from a cocaine deal gone bad. So as Ms. Lambert indicated, she testified at trial and Craig Parent testified that she's lying. I would never do this to her. I would never do this to any woman. That's just not who I am. And we had Dawn Casey, the ex-wife, in the wings waiting to come in and testify, not only that he's a liar, but these are the things that he did to me, and I documented them for years. My investigation also led to Mel Robarts. Mel Robarts was an individual who needed a house built. And again, as Ms. Lambert indicated, Mr. Parent used his skills as a contractor to bring in another victim. He began to build the house on St. Mary Street. He became there was a dispute over finances with Mel Robarts, and Parent told Mel Robarts, "You don't know who you're dealing with. You've got a lot to lose on St. Mary Street." Shortly thereafter, the fire was set on St. Mary Street. There was an arson investigation. It was declared arson. No arrests were ever made. Mr. Robarts testified at trial, and I can still recall him shaking from the witness stand as he testified. During Mr. Parent's trial on the charges I filed, 2 inmates testified that Parent had offered money to kill Ms. Lambert while he was awaiting trial. Just as I had been contacted by a defense attorney early on in the screening stage of the case, while I was preparing for trial, I received a letter from an inmate advising me that Craig Parent had offered him money to kill Ms. Lambert to prevent her from testifying. I met with this inmate. He seemed legitimate to me. He was concerned for her safety, but he was also concerned that if Ms. Lambert was killed, that he would be blamed for the murder. He also introduced me to a second inmate who Mr. Parent had offered him money as well to kill Ms. Lambert. So 2 inmates testified at trial that Craig Parent had offered them money to kill Ms. Lambert to prevent her from testifying at trial. And when Ms. Lambert tells you that there are other charges that he was never prosecuted on, solicitation to commit murder was never charged. We were on the verge of trial and we introduced it in other ways. 1 inmate testified as other crimes evidence. The other inmate testified on rebuttal because Mr. Parent lied to the court and said, "Oh, I would never offer anybody any money to kill anybody." So we had a second inmate testify in rebuttal. After the trial in which Mr. Parent testified, he was convicted as charged of all counts. The trial judge, Judge Mel Zeno, sentenced Parent to the maximum sentence allowed for each crime, with all the sentences to be run consecutively. A multiple bill was filed, and Mr. Parent was initially sentenced to 30 years on the extortion, consecutive with everything else, which led to added up to 73 years. We then reminded the court that under the new multiple offender law, that the extortion was now a life sentence, and he resentenced Mr. Parent to life, with every sentence being run consecutive. When Mr. Martini says that we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the life sentence, that's incorrect. Mr. Parent actually had a 73-year sentence before it was amended to life. The victims that testified at Craig Parent's trial did so because they knew if he was convicted, as charged, he'd be facing a mandatory life sentence and they would be safe. So they took that risk because the alternative would be, if I don't testify, he's on the street and our chances aren't good. Mr. Parent's unsuccessfully attacked both the trial proceedings and the sentence for many years in the court, and he was unsuccessful. He then solicited Senator Danny Martini to assist him in changing the law, and that's exactly what happened. Senator Martini sponsored law that eventually led to Mr. Parent's life sentence being vacated. The state Supreme Court of In Rel Esteem, a case I'm sure y'all are familiar with, allowed the judge to then resentence. So on May 21st of 2020, we had a hearing, as Mr. Ciascio has indicated to you. During the hearing, both Ms. Lambert and her mother testified that they are still in fear for their lives at the hands of Craig Parent, even after 20 years. Not only did they testify about the acts that Craig Parent committed almost 20 years ago, but they also testified that they had appeared in Baton Rouge on multiple occasions to testify at parole hearings in opposition to early release, with Ms. Lambert traveling from outside the United States on 2 separate occasions. They further testified, and Mr. Roche, I believe you were at this hearing, and Ms. Wise, I think you were as well. But on May 11th, 2017, during an exchange with Mr. Parent and Judge Kuhn, Mr. Parent said, "I know Ms. Lambert doesn't want anyone to know where she lives, but she filed a lawsuit against her husband and it's all over the place." Well, Judge Kuhn inquired as to what he was talking about, and Mr. Parent admitted, "I know she, it just popped up." So basically, he's admitting in 2017 that he's running Ajia Lambert's name on a computer in the law library, and it just popped up. Now, I understand that people make mistakes at a young age. And I believe when Mr. Parent was indicted for first-degree murder, he would have been 23 years old. He probably knows better than me. It's probably etched in his mind. So at 23 years old, he's indicted for first-degree murder. 3 years later, he's out on the street because it's reduced in 3 weeks to attempt armed robbery. But the crimes that he committed against Miss Lambert and her mother, he would have been 38 years old. Now, maybe at 24, 23, 24, you're young. I get that. But at 38, you're a grown man. Your brain has fully developed. You know the consequences of your actions. You know what's right. You know what's wrong. So all of these horrifying things that he did leading up to his conviction, he was 38 years old. And then in 2017, he's 55. And he's on the computer stalking Ajia Lambert. That doesn't sound to me like a man who has changed. It sounds to me like a man who had the break of a lifetime at 23, 24 years old and just blew it because he continued a life of crime. He continued a life of violence, of threats, and he even used that homicide against his ex-wife, Dawn Casey. I beat one murder, I can beat another one. That doesn't sound like a man who's changed to me. And there's no write-up for that cyber stalking violation. It does not appear in his books at DOC. Now, at the hearing that Mr. Ciascio spoke of, Warden Young did testify, and he testified that Craig had, I believe, 12 write-ups, with the most recent being in 2016, where on multiple occasions from his work spot, he had military personnel call the parole board and asking questions about parole hearings. And he was overheard feeding questions to the military personnel to the parole board. Not once, multiple occasions. Captain Danny Honeycutt also testified at the hearing. He was commander of state police barracks in 2011 when Craig Parent had worked his way up to being transferred to the police barracks. He testified that under his supervision, Craig Parent's work and attitude was poor. He changed assignments for Craig to give him a fresh start. He put him in the carpentry unit, which is Mr. Parent's forte. And once he put him in the carpentry unit, Parent was written up and later kicked out of the barracks for making unwanted and unsolicited contact with a female civilian worker who was in the company of her young daughter. Captain Honeycutt testified, Parent violated well-known policies by approaching and soliciting a female civilian employee for the purpose of selling her a hobby craft, specifically a jewelry box. The female, who was in the company of her young daughter due to an inability to secure a babysitter for that day, felt so uncomfortable by Parent's repeated solicitations, she reported his actions. Again, this is in 2011. When he's in a maximum security setting, he seems to be well behaved. And he's obviously got skills as a carpenter. And when he's working around other men, he does fine. You put him around women, he's got a different personality. I believe his court record indicates, or his prison record indicates, 2 marriages. Each one of them, they were in divorce proceedings within a year. That's a red flag as well.
All right, let's wrap up, Mr. Wolf.
I will. Thank you so much. In conclusion, I would just like to read a portion of a court opinion from the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeal from 2002, when Mr. Parent had first been sentenced to 73 years before it was revised to life. And this is the court. In the present case, the trial court sufficiently articulated reasons for consecutive sentences. The judge was clearly concerned not only by the defendant's extensive record of felony convictions, but by the crimes of violence recounted at trial for which the defendant had not yet been prosecuted. Also, a reading of the habitual bill of information shows that the defendant was once charged with first-degree murder in 1987, but was allowed to plead guilty to attempted armed robbery. The trial court's belief that the defendant was a continuing threat to Ms. Lambert's safety is supported by the testimony at trial that the defendant attempted to pay two men to kill her. Further, we find that the record supports a maximum sentence imposed by the trial court. Defendant engaged in a relentless campaign to terrorize Ms. Lambert and put her in a constant fear for her safety for months. Even after his initial arrest, he continued his constant threats against the victim and her family. The record shows the defendant's behavior towards Ms. Lambert was consistent with a long-time pattern of violent behavior. Based upon the foregoing, we find that the trial court did not abuse its sentencing discretion. Again, the defendant's history tells this board, or should tell this board, that he is still a threat. You don't just change overnight. What he did at 23 was the same that he did at 38, was the same that he did at 55. Everybody, or most folks, are entitled to a chance as long as nobody's put at jeopardy. This man creates a threat to Ms. Lambert, to her family, and to society in general. And we're asking the board to deny his parole. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. All right, Mr. Parent, would you like to make a statement on your behalf?
Me?
Mr. Parent, yeah.
Yes, sir. I mean, I've sitting here, I got a Charlie horse in my leg. I've sitting here and I've listened to the victims and I understand. And I mean, some things were said. I wasn't put on house arrest till a later date, and I was in house arrest in Miss Lambert's house. She was well aware of that, but I don't want to argue the case or contradict. All I'm saying, sir, is I am not that person. And if this board gives me the opportunity to show them I'm not that person, I'd be forever grateful and humble. And just allow me to go, you know, and be a better productive member of society. What else I can say is that I'm not that person, and nobody has to be worried about anything from me, sir.
All right, thank you.
Charlie was more.
All right, we
Chairman, I recommend executive session to discuss confidential matters related to this case.
all right, have a motion for executive session. Do I have a second?
Yes.
Yes, roll call, please.
Ms. Parole,
Yes.
Mr. Roche,
Yes.
Mr. Kelsey.
Yes. All right, I think we're back in. He is my board members here. You have the panel prepared to vote.
Yes.
We'll go with Ms. Pearl Wise first.
Sir, it looks like I was on the last hearing when you were present, and first of all, I want to commend you on your teaching those young men about carpentry. Like you said, they can bounce a ball, but they don't know anything about doing anything else. And that takes a lot of patience, a lot of stretching on your part, and I thank you for that. But however, due to the strong law enforcement opposition, the strong victim opposition, and your poor supervision history, I'm just not inclined to take a chance on you today. My vote is to deny. I also would like to see you take some substance abuse classes and find out where you are. And you a real general. I told him I used cocaine, but mainly I was drinking. But get into some, I encourage you to get into some substance abuse classes whenever the opportunity affords itself. Best wishes to you, sir.
Mr. Roche.
Mr. Parole, as a victim advocate for the Committee on Parole, I cannot, in good conscience, listen to the vehement opposition by the victims, the adamant opposition of law enforcement, and the very, very strong opposition from the DA's office. You have a, excuse me, you have a history of crimes against persons. which is a history of violence, an extensive criminal background with over 20 adult arrests. And a combination of that and poor supervision history and my obligation to protect public safety, my vote is to deny your request.
Thank you.
All right, Jeff, 2 votes to deny your parole today. Again, it's been a difficult case for us all. We're all here trying to make the best decisions and the right decisions. After going over your file, listening to all the information I have, for me, due to your positive institutional record, all the work you've done, the positive comments from staff, I would vote to grant your parole today for the work you've done and continue. But today, unfortunately, you have 2 votes to deny and 1 to grant. Your parole's been denied. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, man. All right. Freddie Adams.
Yes, he's denied, but guess what? It was just a year later that he's going to have his next parole hearing from 12/10/2020. Now, fast forward to 12/15/2021. Now, thank goodness it is led by the Honorable Judge Bonnie Jackson, and it is a Judge Bonnie Jackson classic. So we are going to get much more than a hearing just led by Brennan Kelsey. But before we jump in, just a few things off my chest. How remarkable is it when you hear from the DA and the power that it brings, and you learn not only was this man basically given a complete gift after he kills someone execution style, 5-year sentence, serves just like 3 in the governor's mansion. But then when he gets caught up in these charges, he actually has legislators who are here on his behalf rewrite the Louisiana law so that he can have a chance at parole. And if you didn't see it, you might not believe it. But those of you familiar with this channel, when we all ask, how is it possible that chomos get just a few years and that the legislation is written on behalf of these monsters, and we always wondered and thought it was some crazy no, we've seen it with our own eyes. We've seen it with our own flesh and blood. It's right here. Legislators, corruption, in my humble opinion. It is scary to comment on hearings like this, to think and put yourself in the place of the victims. The idea that lieutenant governors and senators and judges and legislators are sitting here in the public without any shame, advocating on behalf of this man. Where are the investigative reporters on this one? Well, we're doing our job. But for now, let's jump in to this 2021 Miss Bonnie Jackson classic.
Okay, this is a case for Craig Parent, DOC number 117529, classified as a 3rd felony offender. Offenses: intimidate, impede injury to witness, unauthorized entry to inhabited dwelling, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, intimidate, impede injury to witness, simple burglary, extortion, intimidate, impede injury to witness, extortion. Sentencing date, October 10th, 2002. Sentenced to a total of 66 years. Parole date is September 2nd, 2020. Good time, April 22nd, 2036. Full term, September 1st, 2066. Is this information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Jackson.
Excuse me. Good morning, Mr. Parent. How are you?
Good morning, ma'am.
My name is Bonnie Jackson. Your case has been assigned to me, and I've reviewed it. And just want to talk to you about some aspects of your case. You're currently 59 years of age. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And of your 66-year sentence, how much time have you actually served on that sentence?
It's 21 years, ma'am.
I'd like to talk a little bit about the offenses themselves. We're not going to dwell on them, but I would like to hear what you have to say about the offenses. And all of these offenses involved acts directed towards a single victim. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was your relationship with that victim?
We were boyfriend and girlfriend at one time for about a year, ma'am.
Okay. And what was the status of your relationship at the time of these offenses?
It was an off and on rocky relationship towards the end. We had went on a snow skiing trip to Lake Tahoe. I think one was before that. We had got back together, but I think in the last few months, we were pretty much broken up, ma'am.
Okay. Well, then let's talk about, I'd like to hear what you have to say about all of these actions that were directed towards that individual.
Ma'am, I've been locked up.
I just want to know what happened. I just want to know what you say happened in these cases.
Well, what happened was, I guess let my emotions get the best of me. And I said some very unpolite things to Miss Lambert. Gia.
But you're not charged with saying impolite things. Let's talk about the unauthorized entry of an inhabited dwelling. What happened in that situation?
We were in the middle of an argument, and I kind of forced my way inside the house.
Okay. And what about the unauthorized use of a motor vehicle?
It happened the same night, ma'am. My truck had run out of gas. We were arguing, and I took the keys and left with the vehicle.
All right. And then there's a separate simple burglary. What did that involve?
Well, I had an exercise bike at that time, and I called Gia, and she told me I could come get my tools and the exercise bike out, and I went and got it, and I took it, and I got simple burglary for that. But, I'm guilty of all the charges. I'm not here to deny anything.
Okay. Was there ever a protective order in place?
Yes, ma'am. I think there was at some point.
And
I think
go ahead.
I don't think I once see these charges happen, and then months later, I think I was, charged with them. They didn't happen. I wasn't charged with them the night they happened. When the DA went through the file, he went back and found out every time we had an argument, and he went back and charged us. I think at the final charge, there was finally a protection order against Gia, and I didn't make any more attempts. I don't think to bother.
So your position is that none of these crimes took place while there was an active protective order against you?
My best memory, ma'am, maybe the last one may have had a protection order, but I do not think so, ma'am.
Explain extortion to me. That seems like a unusual kind of charge. Explain extortion to me.
Well, there was a phone call one night, and Gia was behind on her credit cards. And it was my intent that I loaned her the money, but she had said that it was a gift, and she basically said that that she wasn't going to pay me back. So I had made some unruly comments to her. I'd said, "You messing with the wrong person," and said some ugly things, and I got charged with extortion.
Did I read somewhere that you said that as a contractor, you had done some work, some renovation work, and that when the relationship went south, she still owed money for the renovation work, and that was the subject of the extortion?
Yeah, actually, I'd leaned the property.
No, it can't be both. It can't be credit card debt or a contractor fee. So which one was it?
Well, it was the two checks I gave. I gave one from a place I was building, Pure Country, and a hotel I was working on with Plaza Suites. But there was some material. I don't know if that's basically the extortion. Yeah. So I don't know where the contract was. I did some renovations.
I think it came from something that you wrote.
Well, I filed the lien because I put out the materials for a deck, and we settled the lien for $3,500 that I put on her house. She settled the lien with me, man.
Well, let me talk a little bit more about what was going on in that time frame. As I looked at your rap sheet, you had a lot of arrests for alcohol-related offenses.
Yes, ma'am. I had an alcohol problem, ma'am. I was drinking way too much.
Okay, tell me about that.
It's hard to say. It's hard to put into words. I mean, I at that time, I just been drinking. You know, things in my life wasn't working out the way I was, and I led to alcohol, and I would be my crutch instead of being a man and taking responsibilities for what I do. You know.
Okay, and we'll talk about some programming to address that one in a little bit. But why do you persist in harassing this individual?
I guess I was too much in, anger brings some sort of illustration of control. And instead of being a man, I tried to control the situation that was never good from the beginning. And I learned that in anger management. I tried to force myself on somebody that, didn't want anything to do with me. And I realize that now. And I shouldn't have done that. I deeply regret what I've done.
What impact do you think your actions had on her at the time, and what do you think they have on her now? Let's go back to the time when all of this was happening. What do you think she was going through as a result of your actions?
I can only imagine. I mean, 21 years later, I deeply hurt. I deeply put some emotional scars on her that I regret, and I'm ashamed and disgusted about. This person today wouldn't even recognize that person 21 years ago.
Okay, we'll talk about that again in a minute, but as I was reading, I forgot something. You know anything about a decapitated cat and a squirrel left outside her door?
Ma'am. I take full responsibility for the crimes, but I did not do that.
Well, you think it's just coincidental that while all this was going on, someone unrelated to this would leave decapitated animals at her front door?
I didn't. I take full responsibility. I said some.
What are you taking responsibility for? I'm not trying to put you, on the hot seat, but when I see a decapitated cat and squirrel outside the door, that seems to communicate a particular message.
Yeah,
Wouldn't you agree with that?
I don't even hunt, ma'am. I don't even kill.
You don't have to hunt.
I know, but I take full responsibility. But
okay, what are you taking full responsibility?
Not for that. I didn't do that. I really didn't do that.
And no one did it at your request?
No, ma'am. Not that. No, ma'am. I did not do that. I did the crime, so 100%.
Okay. Well, as I read this, it really sounded like terrorizing, that this woman was actually being terrorized by your actions and felt.
I would totally agree.
Understandably, she had to have been in a great amount of fear.
I agree with you 100%. I did terrorize.
Okay.
And nobody deserves to be in fear of another person.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Well, let's
nobody
move forward.
Deserves that.
Okay, that's fine. Let's move forward and talk about the last 21 years
Yes, ma'am.
of your incarceration. What have you done to address your substance abuse issues?
Well, when I first came in, I think I got in substance abuse, I think 2002. And
Tell me specifically what substance abuse program you were in 2002.
I don't remember exactly. It was through mental health. I mean, but I got into that program, and I can't remember the lady's name. It was in 2000, I think 2002. And she brought a lot of things to light.
Okay, let's talk. Let me just talk about how long was that program, if you can remember? I know it's been a while, but
I think it was about 12 weeks, ma'am.
okay. And tell me what you learned from that program.
I learned that, my life led me to carry around a lot of guilt, and that I used alcohol as a crutch. And I wasn't using it, like some people drink to relax. I used it, to forget, and your problem's there the next day. I learned that, that I did have a problem with drinking. Before I didn't think I had a problem, but, it brought light to the fact that, hey, you got to straighten your life up. You caused a whole bunch of people a lot of pain.
What tools did you acquire to help you, if you were to be released, what tools do you have that would prevent you from going back to alcohol?
Well, I would, attend AA meetings, and I haven't craved it. I don't even think about it anymore. I don't, like, there'd be a time in my life that if Friday night came on, that I had to have a drink, that I would think I was missing something. And I see that it caused a lot of problems and led me to this prison. So the main tool is that, that the desire is gone,
Can I stop you right there?
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of people say that when they're incarcerated.
Right.
And I know that there are opportunities for intoxication in prison, but the alcohol that's available to you in prison is nothing like, what was your alcohol of choice?
I would drink beer and Chivas, ma'am. I would start off drinking some beer, then I would go to the hard stuff, Chivas.
Okay. Well, I doubt that there's anything in jail that's comparable to Chivas.
No, man, there's not.
So when you say you don't crave it anymore, that's kind of easier in a controlled environment.
Yeah, and you're right. You're 100% right. But I'm not going to lead that. I have put a lot of weight on a relationship that I built with God, and I did do that. And I'm not one of these, guys that speak. But I have sat in bed and had conversations with him, and he has, told me, that that's a problem. So, I rely a lot on that. And believe me, I'm not going to go out and have drinks to lead me back to this. I've destroyed my life, my family's life, and a whole lot of people's lives.
So again, tell me what concrete steps you think you need to put in place, or what safety net do you think you need to put around yourself to make sure that you don't, because I've seen, I was a judge for 28 years, and it always, amazed me how a drug addict could stay in prison, 5 years without access to drugs. And then, within a short time after release, they go right back to the very thing that, got them there. And even that 5 years of forced sobriety didn't impact their behavior. So I'm trying to figure out if you understand the concrete things you need to do in order to make sure you're not that person who relapses.
Well, I guarantee if the board shows me mercy and I'm released whenever I get there, I will join AA meetings. I'll go to St. Angela Marisi Melody Drive and go to church every Sunday. I will talk to stay away from the people that may have enticed me to live that sort of life. And I just want to be a productive citizen and do the right thing and, go cut my father's grass, take him for a cup of coffee, just live a normal, trouble-free life.
Okay. You also talked about anger provoked a lot of your behavior in this case. So let's talk about that. What have you done to address your anger?
I've taken anger management, I think 3 times. I think it was 100 hours. I took one of the first anger management classes up here. And I took it just recently, I guess around 4 or 5 years ago. And I realized that all anger is some ridiculous idea that you're going to control the situation. And 21 years in Angola without a fight, without any kind of, altercations with anybody, I've learned that, stop and think before you do something. Just don't burst out and say anything because there's consequences. I mean, just a simple fight can lead me back to prison or something. I've looked to put myself in that other person's shoes. And, feel out it. And look, they may think you're a coward because you walk away. I think it takes a bigger man to walk away. I think that, to be able to walk away, it may eat at you, but I think that you became a better person and a bigger man.
One of the things that you said was this idea that anger grew out of your feeling that you had a right to control someone else, and when that didn't happen, then you responded in anger.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so why do you think that? Why do you think that's how you respond?
I had life all messed up. I think that things needed to be my way. I was wrong.
So you took Cage Your Rage, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You took Living in Balance.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about that. What did you get out of that program?
I got a lot of different things out of it.
Well, give me some specifics. I'd like to hear some specifics.
I basically just, I got a good feeling how to treat other people out there. There's a quote, there was a quote that they asked Jesus one time, what was the most important commandment? And he said, love thy neighbor. And somehow I worked that into it, and I'm not trying to be over religious, right? But I'm saying if you love thy neighbor, everything falls in place. Not that it was the most important, but it falls in place.
What about your victim awareness class? What did you get out of that? What did you learn from that?
I took the first victim awareness class at Angola in 2006, I think, or the first time it was offered, I think, back at Camp Trapman. I learned that, the hurt and the harm you can do to that person. I learned, I emotionally exploited my victim. It's a complete disgust and a shame. I wasn't raised to treat women like that. I wasn't raised, to keep them up on a pedestal. For some reason, I couldn't understand. But I learned what the victim goes through, and they go through a whole lot more than the mind could even imagine. She has no right to be in fear of anybody, or much less me or anybody.
So you recognize that you don't get to control people.
No, ma'am, not whatsoever.
And if things don't always go your way.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other programs that I see that you did the pre-release.
Yeah.
So tell me what is your job at the prison?
Well, about 4 years ago, I came back to Angola because I heard about the reentry program. There was a guy, I was involved with the carpentry program when I was on Hunts. And I was able to, they used to allow me, I do special projects on Hunts. They used to allow me to pick a few guys and take them out. And one guy, Jesse, he owns 3 houses now. And I gave him just a little bit of knowledge. So I decided to come up here and get involved in the reentry program. And that's what I'm most fond of. I mean, to see the light and joy on these guys' faces when they can cut a raft or they can cut some stairs, some stringers. They think that these things are impossible to do when they're not. It just takes a little bit of time and a little effort. And I have more respect for teachers. Not to say that every profession, but I have to learn to put this one because he may be hyperactive. But I've learned a lot, and I've learned a lot from them. But I have actually had, I think of over 45 guys that have certificates now, and some of them are doing real well.
So you're a tutor in carpentry in the reentry program, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you been a tutor?
I think it's about 4 years now.
Okay. What other programs or service projects are you involved in?
Well, I helped the toy shop out when it wasn't COVID. We make toys for underprivileged kids for Christmas. I'm also involved in LJYA.
And what? I'm sorry.
LJYA is a
Youth Full Offender Program?
Yeah. I used to work the pizza concession farm, and I'm a member of that club. And they used to send, I think they used to send money to juvenile homes or something. So I'm involved in that program. And I also was involved in Soul Group for a little while. But the pandemic has kind of put a lot of that stuff on hold. Right now, reentry takes up a lot of my time.
Mm-hmm.
And I also, during COVID, they needed a Class A trustee to help run the ice house because the prison was shut down and we had to live out there. So I kind of adapted. That's my second job. I go out there at 4:30 in the morning, and sometimes I stay till 11 at night. That's only in the summer when they need, we need a big demand for ice. So I go from reentry.
So you're a trustee?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Class A. I've been all over the state. I worked with
How long have you had Class A trustee status?
I think the first time I made it here in 2005. I went to work at the West Louisiana school system out there.
Did you ever have an occasion to lose your status as a trustee?
Yeah, I was moved to the police barracks, and I had an incident at the police barracks, and I lost it.
Okay, let's slow down. Let's talk about that. When did that happen?
I think that happened in 2011.
Okay, and what was you were at the state police barracks?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the incident that got you removed from there?
I talked to a woman about a jury box without a DPS officer present, and I was working in there on the floor, and she called about getting the box, and they said was a DPS officer there, and there wasn't a DPS officer.
Explain the whole jewelry box thing to me. You've lost me.
Okay, I made hobby crafts on the side at state police barracks, so you were able to sell it. So I was stationed in the back, which was the shooting range, and they had a thing called triple canopy. I think people more know them as black water, but it's not the same. These guys are military guys that are
Well, go ahead, tell me what happened with your situation.
Okay, so anyway, they had an accountant in there, and I walked in and fixed the floor because it was a raised building, and I asked her she was interested in the heart-shaped jury box. I was making these puzzle boxes, and she said, yeah, but she asked me to come back because she had a child with her. The child was sick. So when I went back, I asked her about it. She asked me how she could get it, and she called, and they asked me if somebody asked was the DPS officer present, and it wasn't present, so they wrote me up, and I was shipped to Hunts, man.
And when did you regain your trustee status?
I regained it at Hunts, ma'am.
I mean, what year? Do you know?
Maybe 2012, maybe. I wasn't there, but about 6 months I was made trustee again.
I see that you have had 12 write-ups.
Yes, ma'am.
And the last one being in 2012. It was a 30L. Do you remember that and what it was about?
You sure it was 2012?
Um,
I don't have my
that's,
right. I don't have them in front of me. I thought there was.
okay, well, whenever it was, do you remember what your last write-up was about?
My last write-up was I was working at Gillis Long, and Gillis Long is a military base, and I was at Hunt's, and a couple of the guys wanted to attend my parole hearing. They called about the date, and they asked me my DOC number when they were on the phone with the parole board, and they told them, and the parole board called, and I got to write up a 30W for that. Somebody at the parole board.
And I see that you've earned a lot of NICER certifications.
Yes, ma'am.
What are some of those certifications?
Well, I was the lead mentor over the paint, sheetrock, and carpentry school. I just recently got something from Secretary LeBlanc, a tutor certification. I mean, I've taken about every program. I tried to re-sign up, but once you take a program, you can't take it again. So I think that while I was down in headquarters for about a year, and I think that Prison Enterprise.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think that I got some awards some certifications from Prison Enterprise. They were turning the old. It was Baton Rouge Police Department. I think
That's okay. Now I just wanted to know what additional certifications do you have?
I think that I have some from down there. I think I had a few from Hunts for tier walk-in.
But for what? That's what I'm asking you. What were they for?
I think the ones that when I worked at headquarters were for my work ethic. I don't remember. I didn't bring them in front of me.
Okay, that's fine. Well, let's move forward. Let's talk about your transition plan. First, go ahead. First, if you were to be released, where would you anticipate residing?
Well, I turned in the address in Kenner, and I think I would like to reside in Kenner. And
when did you turn in that? Tell me about that. What is the address in Kenner?
3820. 30. I have in the. Let me see.
Well, go ahead.
I want to make sure I give it to you right.
Sure.
3825 East Louisiana Drive, Kenner. It's a house.
Who lives there?
It's a house that a friend of mine just recently renovated, and he told me that I can stay there until I get, and I'm not going to live in the house.
Okay. What's your friend's name?
His name is Jesse LaCasio.
Okay. And you submitted that address as part of your application?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The reason I ask is, let me make sure. Back in 2018, you had submitted an address in Metairie. And then when parole agents investigated, the address did not exist. It was a Mr. DeFreitas who was supposedly offering you to live in his apartment number 219, but there is no apartment 219. And then they spoke to the owner or the manager of the apartment, and they don't allow convicted felons to reside at the location. So I don't know if you were aware of that, but that was from 2018.
It's the same hotel that I was building in the warehouse district in New Orleans. A guy by the name of Ray Peacock owns it, and Jerry was going to pay. He had a small part in it, and he was going to. I didn't know that he said they called him once and never called him back.
I need to be a little bit more focused in our answers. So you have a housing in Kenner?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what you said? What about employment? I know you have some marketable job skills, but do you have any actual employment offers at this point?
Yeah, I also submitted that a few times. My father, Norman Parent, owns a small construction company. And he builds a couple houses a year now, and I plan on helping him. My friend Jerry DeFreitas, he's a small developer, and he's agreed to give me a job. Even Judge Hand has said that he could get me a job. I have plenty employment opportunities, but I really don't matter if you flip hamburgers. I mean, I'll be happy to live a simple life. And I'm not saying that the comfortable emotional pain I put on my ex-girlfriend and everybody in her family. And I would not be any problem whatsoever to anybody. I mean, this person has learned, I've learned a valuable lesson after 21 years of my life being incarcerated. Believe me, I'm going to do the right thing and be that person, like I can't, it's hard for me to even put it, I don't articulate myself too well, but that person is dead and buried, and I'm not going to harm anybody, much less the victims or the victim in this case.
Well, thank you, Mr. Parent. May I speak with the warden?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
The things that you guys have spoken about earlier with the interview are correct, and came back to us here at Angola in October 17, was in main prison maintenance for about 3 or 4 months. Then looks like went into that mentor position of helping out with re-entry with carpentry, drywall, painting. He has done, like he said, some of these special projects, and as well as being sent out to the ICE house in times of need. So for institutional needs, we have moved him around. He has not had any write-ups since he's been back here in 17. He reobtained his Min A trustee status December of 18. Came back to us in 17 as a median, but quickly moved back up into that minimum A classification.
All right. Thank you, Warden Fellow. I appreciate that. Ms. Roche, that's all I have.
Mr. Roche has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Parent. How are you?
Good morning, sir.
It's
Pretty good, sir. How are you?
Good. It's nice seeing you again. This interview was much better than your last interview. Look like you've come a long ways in the last 2 or 3 years. And I want you to stay on a path of recovery. My concern this morning is your problems and your issues with alcohol and drugs. And I want to make sure that you've got all the knowledge and tools that you need to be successful when you're released. At what age did you start using alcohol?
I started drinking probably at around 16, but I probably didn't start drinking heavy to my mid-20s, sir.
Okay. When were you introduced to drugs?
Probably 16, sir. At 16, I started dabbling in little drugs, yes, sir.
So basically, the whole period where you were arrested and rearrested and had convictions until this last one, 21 years ago, you were using drugs and using the alcohol to excess. Is that fair to say?
I would say more alcohol and drugs, but yes, sir, I would say yes, sir. I'd say you're right. It led me to here, sir. It led me to all my problems.
Yeah. And that's what I'm getting. The violence I see in your rap sheet is a result of the alcohol.
Yes, sir.
And I know that you've taken AA. I know you've taken drug education. Have you been allowed to take a drug treatment program like Don Francois, Louisiana Risk Management 1 and 2, Steve Hall, Blue Walters? Have you taken any of those?
No, sir, I haven't. I haven't, it hadn't been, I didn't know Blue Waters was, it's not offered up here, is it?
And oh no, but it's offered by the Department of Corrections. I
Okay.
just was wondering, along the way in the 21 years, had you had an opportunity to enter to a drug treatment program?
No, no, sir, I haven't had that opportunity.
Are you an alcoholic, Mr. Parent?
Oh, yes. I would say that I had a serious problem with alcohol. I mean, the reason I didn't think I had a problem with alcohol, because it wasn't every day, but you know, I was a weekend alcoholic, and it got to be more, it went from the weekend to Wednesday night to Thursday night. But yeah, I was an alcoholic.
So let's say, for instance, you hadn't had any alcohol during the 21 years of incarceration.
I haven't had a drink. Being a reentry mentor, I get urinalysis. I haven't had a drink in 21 years or any drugs, and I can think clear now.
And we're gonna assume that's correct.
Yes, sir.
Are you sitting down there this morning? Are you an alcoholic?
Yes. Am I?
You'll always be one, right?
Huh?
And you'll always be an alcoholic.
Yeah, to the day I die.
Okay. So it's fair to say that we have a responsibility to you to make sure you have everything you need to be successful. Because what this morning is about is not getting out, it's about staying out. Do you agree with me on that?
100%, sir. I won't be no statistic. I won't be a failure on this.
Okay. So
if I get that,
you would be open to any treatment that we might recommend before release.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Madam Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Roche. I don't have any particular questions. I'm familiar with all the facts of the case. I'm familiar with Mr. Parent. I would like staff to introduce those who've indicated they'd like to speak today.
First, we will hear from Mr. Daniel Martini, who would like to speak in support.
Ma'am, this is Danny Martini. Would it be possible for Mr. Ciascio to go first? Is that a problem? If not,
Well, he'll speak at the end after we hear from the opposition.
Mr. Ciascio, the Mr. Parent's attorney?
Yes, he'll speak at the end.
Okay, that's fine. I'm happy to speak. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hi, my name is Danny Martini. I am a retired legislator. I served in the Louisiana legislature for 25 years, 13 and a half in the House as chairman of the Criminal Justice Committee, and 12 years in the Senate, of which 8 I served in as chairman of the Judiciary B Committee, which would be the committee that deals with criminal justice matters. Early on in my career there, we passed the 3 strikes and you're out bill. At the time, it was for any three felonies, you went to jail for the rest of your life. We then saw the error of our ways probably a year or 2 later when we realized that we were putting a lot of nonviolent people in jail for the rest of their lives. So we changed the statute and we said they have to be 3 violent felonies. Unfortunately, there was some people who got caught in the middle of that, one of whom was Mr. Parent. Contrary to what you may hear later in this proceeding from the opponents, I have no personal interest in the case other than having experienced what Mr. Parent has gone through over the last, well, I can't say last 20 years, but all the time that I was in the legislature. contrary, my concern is, and I don't know if we get to say anything after the opponents speak, but each time that this is probably the third or fourth time that I've spoken at a parole hearing, and after we finished speaking, there were a lot of misrepresentations made personally about me personally as having represented Mr. Parent as an attorney, and none of that is true. And I've not been paid a penny to do this. I've never represented Craig Parent, but I am very familiar with the fact. I'm familiar with a lot of the problems that he is going through. When he got written up, I've been in contact with the Department of Corrections whenever he had a problem. I've never heard anything from the Department of Corrections suggesting that he was any threat to anyone. I also represent Sheriff Joseph Lapinto of Jefferson Parish, the agency that arrested him, and he has indicated to me that he has no objection to Mr. Parent being released, and apparently instructed his staff not to say that, not to oppose, not to send in a letter of opposition. I've also been in touch with the Lieutenant Governor in response to Ms. Jackson's questions, who has indicated to me that he would hire Craig in a minute, the minute he got out. I'm not here to tell you that I think Craig is a model citizen, but I do believe that had he been convicted under the law as we corrected it, God bless you, he would have probably been out of jail by now. And I don't think, I believe he's sincere. I think he's done everything he can to better himself while in jail. And all of the testimony that I've heard in the prior hearings coming from the opposition had to do with the way Craig acted 20 years ago. And I believe that the man, 21 years is plenty of time to serve. Not that I'm in any way downplaying the problems that the victim went through. I surely understand that. I've dealt with that repeatedly throughout my legislative and my legal career. And I just believe the man has done his time, and he deserves a second chance. And I thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Ms. Teresa.
Next, for in support, we have Mr. Kernan Han, who is a retired judge.
Judge Hand, if you could, there you go. You got it.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, and thank you for allowing me to address you this morning. By way of introduction, I was a state legislator for 3 terms. Matter of fact, Senator Martini got elected to take my spot, a big improvement. And then I ran for judge in the 24th Judicial District Court of Jefferson Parish, and I served there for 15 years. I'm currently a city judge for the city of Kenner. I feel like I'm kind of in a unique position in this situation. I knew Craig Parent before he got convicted, and of course I've known him after his conviction just through communications by telephone, and I did see him once when I traveled. I think it was to State Police Barracks when he was assigned there. I know he has worked in various, categories since he's been in jail. I did see him when he was a mentor for the Impact program when I went to give out awards one time at Hunt Correctional Facility. And I know more recently he has been a mentor for the reentry program, helping young prisoners learn skills, carpentry and other skills dealing with construction. And I believe he still does that. I know there's been some changes with the COVID-19, but I believe that program is still in effect. And I have talked to some of the judges who, like Judge Scott Slagle from Jefferson Parish, who has worked with Craig. And there's a judge from St. Tammany, and whose name escapes me, but they have all spoken well about Craig. in the work that he's been doing, helping young people. I really believe he's a total different person now that I knew before he was convicted of this crime. He's a totally different person now that he's been through rehabilitation. I think he's a great example of successful rehabilitation. And, and I know prison is punishment and rehabilitation, but I think, we hear all these terrible things about people in jail and this and how it doesn't help them and all, but I think he's a perfect example of a successful rehabilitation and the type of thing we would hope for, that people would be, given a second chance and would go up there and be rehabilitated and change their lives and can make a difference. He had an incident that happened, and I think if I have time, I would like to mention. When they were constructing the stands for the Angola rodeo, he fell off the scaffold and he was severely injured, breaking a number of bones in his body. And I had spoken to him while he was going through, his rehabilitation for that and all. And, and this is what he told me. He said, Judge, he said, this is something that I think God saved me from death in this fall. And I think he saved me for a purpose. And I think my purpose will be that when I do get out of jail, that I'll be able to help a lot of people and I'll be able to have a successful life, maybe restore my relationship with my son, and my father's very ill, and spend some time helping him and just, try to do some good things in my life before it ends. And it really moved me. And that's when I, decided I really wanted to try to help him, try to get out of jail in some fashion, before he dies. But I think further incarceration in his case serves no purpose. I don't think he's a danger to anyone. When he was working at the state police barracks, they have less supervision than being in a prison. He could have left at any time and done some harm to Gia Lambert or any other person, and he never. I mean, he had to, he could have been, and I just don't think that he has any I guess, inclination to do anything like that anymore. I think at this point, he's been in jail for over 20 years. I think he could do a lot of good if he was released, and I really support that. And I would continue to be a mentor to him. I would continue to be a friend to him, and I would be the first one to report to the sheriff or whoever if I thought there was any inclination to do any criminal activity, or if he started drinking again or taking drugs, I would be the first one to turn him in. So all I can say is I support his release. I think he served enough time at this point. And if you could put any kind of restrictions on him, maybe say that he has to do the drug rehab program or something like that, or he has to be in home incarceration, anything like that. But I think he really is a different changed person, and he's been totally rehabilitated. And I appreciate you, Tom. I appreciate you allowing me to speak before you. And, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge Han. Ms. Teresa?
Now we will hear from the opposition side. First, one of the victims who would like to speak. I believe victim number 1.
Good morning. I think that's me. I'm Gia Lambert's mom. I listened very closely to what Craig had to say. I listened very closely to Senator Martini and Judge Han, and it sounds wonderful. And if I honestly believed what was presented, I would love nothing more than to support Craig Parent's release. I've worked in domestic violence for 25 years. I work only with perpetrators. And he said all the right things, which I know that that's what they know to say. It's to control the victim. It's insecurity. I'm better now. And then they come, they reoffend. I've written a letter. I know y'all have read my letter year after year. My letter has not changed. He blames alcohol. He blames drugs for his previous behaviors. No, you can't blame that. You have the propensity to be violent, and that's what you are. He's downplayed all of his offenses. He's danced around them. He knows exactly what to say. And of course, he's got perfect behavior in a controlled environment. That's the best place in the world to have good behavior. And after years of being in there and not wanting to stay in there, I would love nothing more than to support his release, but I cannot. I fear him. I'm afraid of him. He watched me through a window with my grandson, called me on my telephone, told me he was going to introduce me to fear while I'm holding a baby in my arms. The Jefferson Parish Police never, ever thought Ajia would survive. Never. They were amazed that she's still alive. When he said that he just went to her house and he just got her, no. The police called me to come there. The house was open and there was a lot of destruction in there. They would not let me go in because they thought they were going to find a dead body. That dead bodies of my daughter and my grandson. Instill fear, teach me fear. No, he's right. I've never known fear. I guess I don't know why I've not known fear, but he did introduce me. And after 20 years, when I see him on these parole board hearings, yeah, he did. He did a great job introducing me to fear. Please read my letter. I would ask you to understand the viewpoint of us. And I want to address something that Senator Martini did say. He said, 3 strikes, you're out. I'm a proponent of rehabilitation and giving people second chances. And I do agree with the three strikes out for non-violent offenders. I agree that there are many non-violent offenders who should be given a chance out in society. Craig is a violent offender. Read his records, read them. I know you have them. He's a violent offender. It's great that everybody's going to give him, an apartment. Everybody's going to help him watch out. And, I vehemently oppose his parole. I'm sorry, I do. And that's what I have to say.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for.
No, thank you. Thank you all very much for listening to me every year. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear from victim number 2, who's in opposition.
I don't know if I'm on.
Yes, ma'am, you are.
You hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for having this hearing. And the first thing I want to say is that my mom has worked in that field, but I also have worked in this field, and I'm actually currently a public defender, which I have been, either a prosecutor or a public defender for a lot of my legal career. And I too support, I'm glad they changed the 3-structure law out for our guys who are not predators, you know, and people who can be rehabilitated, and people who do have drug problems and who had a rough upbringing and didn't know how to control their temper or their emotions, didn't know how to slow themselves down and needed to learn those skills. And who just were not even taught their own worth. I mean, I see a lot of success stories in my own clients, and I love that. And one thing that's really important in this case, I can't even say his name, is that what he did and what he does has nothing to do with drugs or alcohol. Now, he may in his life have had a drug and alcohol problem. I don't know. But when he was doing these things, which lasted a year or two at least, he was not on alcohol and he was not on drugs. He's a predator. He was clear of mind. It was constant. It was cunning. It was pre-thought out. It was long term. His plans were long term. And I'm gonna go ahead and say he's some kind of psychopath, because he enjoys inflicting pain. He enjoys what he did. This was in a context, a domestic case, but here's what it really was. What it really was an economic crime. And he is a predator, and he used his position as a contractor. I was introduced to him by another attorney. It was intended to be a work thing. And through his being a predator, he caused me, and I'm someone who knows how criminals look, you know, and who can pick up, who I thought I could pick up on cons and that. That's how cunning he is and how good at this he is. I didn't even pick it up. I just felt sorry for him. And he caused me, he's a quick study in people. He caused me to feel sorry for him. I don't even know how I started going out with him, except that I felt sorry for him. He made me feel guilty for not going out with him. I don't even know how that part happened, but this was an economic crime. And the other victims who are not here because they're terrified. And a lot of those started out as him being their contractor. The man, he's burned down the family's house. That was a man. He's not scared. I'll say his name, I guess now. Craig is not scared of anyone. He's not even scared of the police. When I thank y'all for listening. I'll try to keep my thoughts organized, but he's not even scared of the police. When one time when the police responded and they were at my house, Craig kept calling, saying, "You say one word to them, I will kill you and your child." Which he constantly said, but the police were right there in the house and he knew it. And he was not even afraid. He has no fear, none. And hearing Senator Martini say what he said, that he has talked to the lieutenant governor and the lieutenant governor would hire Craig in a minute. A convicted murderer? Our lieutenant governor is going to hire him in a minute? Well, yes. And the Sheriff Lopinto in Jefferson Parish, where Craig would be released on probation or parole, those people are going to be in charge. That they think he's a great guy and they would hire, you know, those are going to be who's watching him. And lieutenant, so he's going to get out on parole and be watched by wolves because he is also a wolf. And there will be no, yes, ma'am.
Can you wrap it up for us?
You know what? I can't, please. He will get out and kill us. So no, I can't wrap it up for you. I want what I need to say on the record. So if y'all let him out, when he kills me and my kids, and when he kills other people and or cons other people and burns their houses down, it will be on public record what y'all's decision was. Y'all, you should want a full record. And I have children, and I need to say what I need to say.
You can have 2 more minutes. 2 minutes.
I object to that. Craig
Okay.
was on
The
probation or
objection noted.
parole.
You got 2
Okay,
minutes.
I hope the public sees how the probation board is, or parole board is treating the survivor of a violent crime. He was on probation or parole when he did this to not only us, but other people too. Okay, he lied to you all about the facts of these cases. So to this day, he is still lying about the facts of his cases. There was no argument when he tried to break down my door. None. He just wanted in. And thank God I had a friend with me. He just didn't know. I see you don't want to listen to this. I see your demeanor. Is this how y'all are treating victims now? I survived. I'm alive. Other people will be injured and harmed and killed by him if y'all let him out, and that will be on y'all. I've never been treated like this, by the way. So I don't know who you are, but you know, this is not how victims and survivors should be treated. These things should not even be on YouTube where everyone can hear and see, but that's another thing. Above that, I've never been treated this way. So, and it shouldn't be. This was these crimes. So I'll talk to maybe the people that do seem to care. Miss Sir and ma'am, he did not do these things while he was on drugs or alcohol. He did these things perfectly sober, and they were continuous, long-term. It was terrorizing. His extortion was because he wanted money. I paid him the first time. I paid him, and it wasn't for anything that I paid him. It was that he wanted money. At first, he kept telling me he had a disease and he was sick and he was dying. And I
All right,
believed him.
ma'am, we're going to move on to the district attorney's portion of the hearing. Thank you for your comments.
Good morning, Randy Meyer, Assistant DA in Jefferson Parish. Our office is strongly opposed to Mr. Parent's request. Judge Zeno, the trial judge in this matter, when he sentenced Mr. Parent, he stated that he is a danger to society and most particularly to this victim. And you can see what he has done to Ms. Lambert. She remains very distraught. As a result, he was sentenced to life imprisonment plus 43 years, and that was without parole. That life sentence was since amended. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeal heard the appeal of his conviction and sentence. And in their opinion, the court stated, Parent basically terrorized his victim, Geraldine Lambert, threatened to kill her and her son in a variety of ways over an extended period of time. Parent made numerous threatening phone calls to Ms. Lambert and her mother, Josephine Belanco. He threatened to set fire to Ms. Lambert's house and kill her and her son. He threatened to drown her son and dismember him. Other threats including breaking her legs and her son's legs. Physical violence was committed. He demanded money from Ms. Lambert. He also told her he was politically connected and had numerous police officers that were his friends. His political connections got him parole eligibility. Senator Martini testified with a bill that he proposed and testified in committee hearings, which I listened to, that he was proposing this amendment, this statute, which would benefit a constituent, and he described the Mr. Parent's crimes, which were a little bit off, wasn't completely accurate, but he described Mr. Parent's constituents. He didn't specifically state Mr. Parent's name, but it was clear he was proposing that bill to support Mr. Parent. And Mr. Martini has been, I think, pretty much at every hearing in support. And as he stated, he's talked to the Department of Corrections, he's talked to the Lieutenant Governor. Those political connections are trying to be used to his benefit. Let's look at his record as he's been incarcerated. 2011, the record indicated that he was removed from the police barracks for inappropriate comments to a female employee and poor work performance. Prior warnings were ignored. In 2016, he had a disciplinary report from at Hunt when he improperly used the phone, called the committee on parole. I think it was the parole board actually at that time, before they changed the name. And if I remember correctly, the result of that write-up was the denial of the hearing. He was removed from his upcoming parole hearing. 2017, at the May 11th, 2017 parole hearing, at roughly about an hour into the hearing, he admitted being on the internet searching for Miss Lambert, which is a violation. He's not allowed to do that. And that gives us concern about what he's going to do when he is eventually, if he's eventually released. His responses to Judge Jackson's questions regarding the crime were not straightforward. I think it shows that he's not accepting the consequences of his actions. I think it's important to note also that his responses to Ms. Jackson's questions regarding substance abuse and, what is the main tool that he learned to help himself with his substance abuse problem. He mentioned he went to AA, but the main tool was the desire is gone. And we all know that is not sufficient. The desire being gone is insufficient for an alcoholic to stay free. He needs to use the 12 steps, which Mr. Parent never once mentioned the 12 steps in his testimony. Simply, he's going to go to church. He kind of mentions AA, and he just doesn't crave it anymore. And I think that shows in the July 27, 2021 administrative hearing on page 4 of the record, when Mr. Roche granted him this hearing that we're here for today. He stated Mr. Parent needs substance abuse treatment before his next hearing. Substance abuse was recommended at the last hearing, which was in December of 2020. On page 65 of your record, on the October 26, 2021 offender progress report, Mr. Parent refused substance abuse treatment. I think that, to me, that shows he's not accepting that. He's wanting to do what he wants to do. He's not prepared to follow society's rules. He's not prepared to follow this committee's rules on what he needs to do when he is and assuming he's eventually released, to stay sober, to stay a productive member of society, and to not victimize people again, and particularly these two victims. I think what we're telling Mr. Parent, if he's not denied today, is that you don't have to follow those rules. You can do whatever you want. And for those reasons, we are strongly opposed to his request for parole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer.
Next, we have Mr. David Wolf, who's also an ADA.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. I'll be brief. I believe Randy and the victims covered most of it. Ms. Renatza and Mr. Roche know me and have heard my testimony before. So again, for the benefit of Judge Jackson, I'll introduce myself. I'm an assistant district attorney. I have been for over 30 years. I was the screener and lead prosecutor for this particular prosecution back in 2000. At the time that we were reviewing this case, and I was attempting to gain the trust of the victims and witnesses, they were very concerned about their safety. But they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. If they don't testify, he gets out. If he testified, if they testified and he was convicted, under the law at that time, he would never get out. It was life imprisonment without parole. So they gathered their nerves and they testified, and the defendant was convicted of all charges. The trial court judge ran every sentence consecutively. Judge Zeno, as Randy said, he believed that this man was a danger to society and the victims themselves. They fought the sentence, they fought the conviction in trial and the trial court for years and years and years, and the state was successful in defending the conviction. And then Craig Parent went to his friends in the legislature, and he went to Danny Martini, who drafted a bill specifically for Craig Parent. And although Mr. Martini has testified before this court that he didn't know Mr. Parent beforehand, at a sentencing hearing just last year in February, he admitted that his firm Martini, Carasi, and Lee represented Craig Parent's ex-wife, Dawn Casey, at their divorce, which was prior to Craig Parent ever meeting Agia Lambert. Dawn Casey was able to testify at the trial against Craig Parent only because Craig Parent testified on his own behalf and denied every allegation that Agia Lambert made, said, I would never do those types of things to her. I'm not that type of guy. It's not my character. I just didn't do it. Miss Casey was allowed to testify as an impeachment witness. He had done the same things to her over the years. He had threatened Miss Casey and told her, I beat one murder, I can beat another. This is a pattern of violence that this man has. Mr. Martini also acknowledged under oath in February, he had never pulled Craig Parent's case from Westlaw, didn't know the facts of the case, only what Craig had told him, and didn't realize that 2 of his 3 convictions were for crimes of violence, one being the extortion and one being for a first-degree murder indictment that was reduced to an attempted armed robbery. He and another man went and killed a man over a drug deal. So he pled guilty to attempted armed robbery. In 2015, I had to gather everybody back together. They wrote letters in opposition, Mel Robards, Dawn Casey, and the 2 ladies who have testified before you today. And they've been to Baton Rouge. They've appeared via Zoom. They are still terrified, and they have good reason to be. There's no, even if he says that he's changed, why was he looking her up in 2017? Why was he researching her in the prison library to find out where she lived? For what purpose? For what? He's not on drugs. He's not on alcohol while in the prison, right? So with a sound mind, he's researching his victim. He is a stalker. And he was under a protective order for many of the crimes that he committed against Miss Lambert. And it's not coincidental that a decapitated cat and squirrel were found on her lawn, and he threatens Miss Lambert that he will disembody her child in front of her if she doesn't pay him money. I mean, this is a long-standing pattern of violence, and they have every right to be fearful. And we would pray that this board recognize that he's not been truthful with you today, and pray that y'all realize that he is still a danger to Miss Lambert and her family and to society in general. I'm on this case after 20 years, not because I have to. I mean, Mr. Myers assigned to probation and parole, but I consider myself to be a victim advocate like Mr. Roche, and I feel responsible for whatever happens in this particular case. And so I'm just here to ask y'all to do the right thing today and to deny his parole. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. We do appreciate the input by everyone. Mr. Ciasso, I'm going to ask Mr. Parent for his statement, then I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you.
For your presentation. Mr. Parent, is there a statement you'd like to make to the board, and please address it to the board members?
Well, first off, I'd like to say that I'm not blaming my actions on drugs or alcohol. I mean, that person, I'm taking full responsibility for that person I was. Yeah, I could make an excuse for that. That wasn't me. But I was drinking heavily, and I think it made some poor decisions. I think I wasn't thinking clearly. But that person is no longer alive. 21 years ago, I did the despicable things. I was in house arrest in Miss Lambert's house for a DWI, so I was drinking. I mean, I was in house arrest. So, I mean, it wasn't like, but I'm not here to say anything against the victim. I'm sorry. I'm deeply disturbed, and I'm ashamed and disgusted that person caused this harm to this family. But I am a changed man. I think that everybody's done things when they were 16 they wouldn't do when they were 21. When they were 21, you might do things you don't do at 38. I mean, I've reached criminal menopause. All I want to do is just be a decent human being, return to society, and reach back and help some of these reentry kids find jobs and go cut my father's grass. It's just, drink a cup of coffee with my dad. I mean, I've done some bad things in life, and I don't know what else to do, but, you know, I'm sincerely, deeply sorry and disturbed that, you know, I've caused this much pain to anybody. And I am a changed man today. And as far as refusing substance abuse, I don't ever remember refusing substance abuse. I wouldn't. I mean, I don't think I did, but I mean, I just wrote to get back in classes, and they say once you take them, you can't retake them through mental health. And I just let them the record to that fact. But if this board sees to give me the mercy, I can assure you that I will be an upstanding, hardworking citizen and contribute to society instead of being it. And it's, you know, thank you. Thank you very much, Dave, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Parent. Mr. Siaso? Your microphone's on mute.
Thank you, Ms. Renat. As a point of clarification, and in response to Randy Meyer's statement, Mr. Parent did successfully complete 3 AA courses, 2 in 2002, the AA Sober Group 12 step class and the AA Sober Group 12 tradition class. And in 2018, he completed the AA 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous instructional training class. The facts of this case have been well documented. The Department of Corrections file has the complete record of what transpired 21 years ago, and nothing that we will say or do today will ever change what happened when he was convicted of these crimes. But I think you have to look at the sum of his rehabilitation since he's been incarcerated. I mean, the whole purpose of putting people in jail is to hopefully rehabilitate them so that they can at some point get back into society. When you look at Craig's performance records over the last 5 years, and I believe the warden has confirmed, he's had no write-ups of any type. And the write-ups he had prior to the last 5-year period never reflected discipline for acts of violence, and nor was he ever put in a block or was he ever assessed because of those write-ups. Craig's been a mentor, and he's been participating in the reentry program for over 3 years now. Assistant Warden Gary Young stated back in February of 2020 that not anyone can be a mentor. He stated that Craig became a mentor because he exhibited very good behavior. He also stated that one of the things we hold our mentors to a very high standard because they're working with mentees. He also said that not anyone can be a mentor, and that Craig was selected to be a mentor because of his achievements, leadership abilities, and because he's an example of moral rehabilitation. Let me repeat that: moral rehabilitation taking place at Louisiana State Penitentiary. And it's not just Gary Young who has testified or stated these things. John Easley, who was the reentry coordinator, may still be the reentry coordinator, stated that Craig has been a positive influence for the mentees in his training program. Charlie Mathern, who was the facility maintenance manager, and I believe y'all have a letter in the file dated January 25th, 2018, that he submitted in connection with the prior hearing, that he wholeheartedly recommended the release on parole of Craig, and further indicated that he would highly recommend him for any employment once he got out. But even more telling to the moral rehabilitation of Craig is that 5 district court judges refer inmates to him for training. Judge Schlegel from Jefferson Parish, Judge Garrett from Lafayette Parish, Judge Wyatt from Calcasieu Parish, Judge Burris from St. Tammany Parish, and Judge DeLarge from Orleans Parish. Craig has monitored or mentored over 45 inmates. Many have already been released from prison, some still waiting to be released. But let me just say this: Craig has not only provided technical training for carpentry and drywall to his mentees, but he's also been called upon by the district judges to give his recommendations on the readiness of mentees to succeed if released back into society. Just last month, on November 10th, Judge DeLarge held a hearing on the release of Troy Barnes. He's an inmate that was being mentored by Craig and by Dalton Prejean. At the hearing, Judge DeLarge asked Craig and Dalton if Troy Barnes was ready to succeed in society. Craig gave his opinion that Troy was ready to go home, as did Dalton Prejean. Judge DeLarge then told the mentee that your social and vocational mentors vouched for your readiness to return to society, and told Troy because he would be getting out of jail that Friday. Now, it's significant to note that the warden, the assistant warden, the reentry coordinator, the facility manager, and 5 district court judges placed their trust in Craig Parent to be a mentor at Louisiana State Penitentiary, and they rely upon his recommendations to release inmates back into society. Craig continues to exemplify the moral rehabilitation that's taking place at the state penitentiary that Assistant Warden Young spoke about back in 2018. And based on his training and moral rehabilitation, district court judges rely on his recommendations to release inmates back into society. So if the warden, the assistant warden, reentry coordinator, facility manager, district court judges can put their trust in Craig Parent, I'm respectfully asking that this board put their trust in Craig Parent to grant him parole so that he can be a productive citizen in society and work with his elderly father in his construction business. I mean, at this point, over the course of the 21 years that he's been in jail, he has done everything that he possibly could to be rehabilitated and has received the accolades of the people who run the prison and of the judges who he works with. And I believe he deserves to be paroled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ciasso. Is the board prepared to?
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Roche.
I'd like to call for an executive session to talk about confidential matters.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second for executive session. I do concur, so it's a unanimous consensus for executive session. So stand by, everyone. We'll be in executive session for just a few moments to discuss confidential matters. All right, I think everybody's back in the room. We're back in regular session. And the board is prepared to vote, and we'll start with Ms. Jackson.
All right. Let me just say I have fresh eyes in this case. I don't know anything about you, Mr. Parent. I've not been on the board for your previous hearings. So the only thing that I know, the only impressions that I have were formed through reviewing your record and the things that I've heard today. I would like to acknowledge that I appreciate the feelings of the victims in this case. I know that their lives were made. I can't even imagine what it's like to live under that kind of pressure and just insecurity, and for what? Through no fault of their own. And I certainly appreciate them for being here and sharing their experience with the board. I also appreciate all the speakers who had something to say, both in support and in opposition. No doubt, Mr. Parent, this was a terrible experience for everybody involved. It was a terrible crime. But I also have to acknowledge that since I've been on the board, most of the cases have been terrible cases. And a lot of those cases actually involve homicides. But I do, and I looked at your record, I looked at the things that you've done, and all of those things are positive, and I'm glad to see you working towards improving yourself, because you had a lot of work to do. And you probably have come a long way from the person that you were 21 years ago. But I have to be honest, I have some concerns. I do have some concerns. I'm not a mind reader. I don't know, I can't speak to what's actually in your heart. I can only speak to those things that are before me. And the things that kind of concern me is that in 2017, you were researching the victim for whatever reason. I'm not going to ascribe any, particular motive to that, but you were. I'm also concerned that a call was made to the pardon board, during one of your previous hearings. Those things concern me because it tends to demonstrate continued efforts on your part to circumvent the requirements and the rules that are placed on you. But that being said, Mr. Parent, I do think that there is some more work that you need to do. And I'm going to encourage you to continue working. I do commend you for your work in the mentorship program. That's good work, and it's needed. But today, I'm just not convinced that you're where you need to be in order for me to feel comfortable voting for your release. So my vote today is going to be to deny you, but I'm going to make a recommendation that you enroll in and complete a long-term substance abuse program at Stephen Hoyle. And I'm also going to recommend that while at Stephen Hoyle, you undergo a mental health evaluation. Others have described you as a sociopath, but that's not based on any actual diagnosis or any actual assessment. So I would feel comfortable with a long-term substance abuse treatment program and a mental health evaluation so that I have something concrete to base any judgment or assessment of you on. And so I want you to take this as an opportunity to continue to work on you, not as an opportunity to just do things because you think it'll get you out, but to really work on you. And so today my vote will be to deny, but recommend placement in Stephen Hoyle, and that you undergo a mental health evaluation while there, and then that you reapply when you're eligible. So that's my vote.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Mr. Roche?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Parent.
Yes, sir.
I was one of the three members that voted to grant you this hearing today because I saw that you had programs and I saw you had some improved disciplinary conduct. But I wrote a note to you on that decision form that you needed to take a long-term substance abuse program prior to this hearing. That is not done. And I agree with Mrs. Jackson to make sure that when you get out, that you stay out. You need all the knowledge, all the tools necessary. And going to the long-term Steve Hall program, which is the best program the state of Louisiana has to offer for drug, alcohol abuse, and to get a mental health evaluation. I think that will be is in your best interest. You can reapply as soon as you finish the program, because I think you'll be eligible after the long-term substance abuse program. When you had that in your jacket, you had that mental health evaluation. I think if I'm sitting on the panel, it'll be a different story because you will have had all the knowledge and treatment that the state of Louisiana has to offer for your problem. In regards to what anybody says, I think the alcohol is the root problem to all of your other arrests. And at this time, because you do not have the substance abuse program, I'm going to deny your request.
Ms. Parent, I do agree with my colleagues. I do believe that a substance abuse treatment program, you've had education, substance abuse education, treatment is something else. So we want to make that available to you. And my vote today is also to deny. And we've asked DOC to transfer you to the substance abuse treatment program and that you undergo a mental health evaluation while you're there, reapply when you complete the program. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
And he did go to the Steve Hoyle program and he did reapply. And we are about to see his next hearing, his third hearing that we were able to document, October 26, 2022, out of the Steve Hoyle program. So again, we went from 12/10/2020 to 12/15/2021, now to 10/26/2022. And, I'll just get a few things off my chest before we jump into this hearing. Like I said, it's a Miss Bonnie Jackson classic, I think. But the whole Steve Hoyle thing is a little confusing to me. We just heard from the victim saying that it's not a substance abuse program. So it's almost like, well, we need to do something. So let's send them to the long-term, 9-month DOC run. And I've always believed that as a profit-making machine. It's just kind of, nowadays and age, only recently in the past maybe year, Louisiana Parole Board has stopped recommending Steve Hoyle specifically. They will say, we'll recommend you to a program, but we can't recommend you to a Steve Hoyle program. I'm only speculating that, again, there was some conflict that people brought up and said, wait a minute, you can't keep funneling people to this specific program for whatever reason, probably. A money thing, and maybe, but again, I'm just speculating. I don't really know. But I love that DA who spoke, who compared himself to the victim advocate, David Wolf. We need more David Wolfs out there. And then, of course, again, it's just the shocking aspect of having, former senators, sitting judges, these legislators still out here shamelessly stating and supporting this man. And when you think about it, in the prison library, researching her address, trying to communicate to the it's just, this guy, he's scary. He's scary. Just listen to the victims. But we'll watch this next parole hearing and I'll give you an update at the end of it as to what's going on. And we also have the appeal. I don't know if it's necessary to go through the documents because we've heard so much, but I guess we'll fill it out and see how we're feeling if we will do that. But I'll leave a link to it in the description. I know there's so much that I still want to say about this case. But we've been here so long, and I think we should just jump in. So let's go.
Here in Baton Rouge with us, we have in support Senator Danny Martini, and I think joining by Zoom is Judge Kernan Hayden. We have in opposition a representative from the DA's office in Jefferson Parish. You've been through the process before, Mr. Parent, but I'll just explain it once again for those who have joined us this morning. I'll read some identifying information into the record, ask you to verify that information. Then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tony Marabella. Your case has been assigned to him this morning. He'll take the lead on the interview. We'll hear from the staff there at Steve Hoyle, and then we'll hear from all the folks who've indicated they want to speak.
You'll be allowed to make a statement before we turn it over to your attorney to close it out for us. Okay. So, Mr. Parent, your DOC number is 117529. You are currently serving a 66-year sentence for convictions in Jefferson Parish in 2001 for intimidating, impeding, and injury to witness, unauthorized entry to an inhabited dwelling, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, intimidating, impeding, injury to witness, simple burglary, extortion, and again, intimidating, impeding, injury to witness. Your good time, you're not eligible for good time. Your parole eligibility is at the discretion of the parole board. You do have an adjusted good time date, April 22nd, 2036. You have a full term date, September 1st, 2066. Is all that information correct, Mr. Parent?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Judge Mirabel.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Parent. How are you today?
Morning, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. Mr. Parent, you're 60 years old, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
How long have you been in prison on these charges, including any jail time you might have served at parish prison as well?
22 years and 2 months, shy a few days and 2 months.
Tell me a little bit about your educational background. How far did you go in school?
I graduated from high school, sir.
Did you go to college? Did you do anything beyond that?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about your work history. What kind of work did you do when you were on the outside?
I was a contractor. I first started off as a framer, so I was framing houses. My father owned a construction company. You know, I worked as, during the summers, I worked as an electrician, a plumber, a carpenter, everything from cleaning the house to moving loads of sand. And I took a knack to framing, and I started framing houses, and then I moved on to being a contractor. So.
You have one child, as I see from the record, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I do.
How old is your child?
He's 30 years old, 31 years old.
Okay, do you have a relationship with your son?
No, sir, we do
not. Tell me a little bit about alcohol use. It's my understanding that you've had a battle for a long time with alcohol abuse. Is that correct? When did you start drinking alcohol?
Well, first, I started probably at the age of 16. And, you know, until I came to this program, which I want to say this is an excellent program. I thought, you know, being an alcoholic is somebody that gets up and has to have a drink in the morning. And I learned that you can, you know, drink once or twice a year and still be an alcoholic if you can't control yourself, you know. And so I started drinking, and, you know, and like I said, at the point when I, you know, committed these crimes, I wasn't thinking clearly. I'm not making any excuses for it. First off, let me say, I take full responsibility for the crimes I committed. And, you know, I'm ashamed, and how would I say this? Disgusted and appalled. I deeply regret what I did, and I would.
Let's go back. Let's stick with right now. Let's stick with alcohol. Let's
Okay.
talk a little bit about your alcohol use. How often were you drinking alcohol? Roughly about the time that this crime occurred, which was somewhere around 2000, I believe.
I would say 2 to 3 days out of the week, but on the weekends I was binging. So
What were you drinking?
I was drinking Chivas, and I'd start off with a few beers, and then I'd go with Chivas, sometimes tequila.
Did you ever have any sort of treatment on the outside?
No, sir, I did not.
And you had several DWIs, as I saw on your record. Were you ever, or did you ever get a substance abuse evaluation and do any kind of treatment back then, AA meetings or anything like that?
No, sir, I did not.
Tell me what you learned. You said you learned a lot while you've been at Steve Hoyle, which is, I agree with you. It's a tremendous program. It's one of the best programs we have in the Department of Corrections. So tell me what you've learned while you've been there. Let's talk about what Craig Parent has learned since he's been in Steve Hoyle.
Okay, they got a MRT book, which is moral recognition therapy.
Correct.
And the book brings you back to birth. And it lets you know where your addictions start. From when you're in the crib and you cry and your mom comes to get you, or your father comes to pick you up, you know how to manipulate the situation. And you get your way. And like, there's 27 risk factors, and I pointed out one for myself, which was problem with immediate gratification. That was probably my biggest addiction. I didn't care, you know, I thought I did, but I really didn't have the right attitude towards other people's feelings. It was let Craig Parent have his way. It's my way or the highway in so many words. You learn all these risk factors, and you learn, I mean, it's intensified. You learn all the triggers that you have that can stop.
What are some of your triggers?
What are some of the triggers?
Yeah, your trigger.
Well, you know, like being around negative people, or, you know, payday back in the day. Payday was, you know, on a construction site. You sit down, you know, you get paid, and the boss brings a case of beer, and you start drinking that, and it goes forward from there.
What would your plan be to stay sober when you get out?
My claim, I intend on participating in, you know, AA meetings.
How important do you think AA meetings are, and why?
Well, I believe that you need to have, you know, influential people around you that, you know, that can, you know, in case you slip or whatever, they can be there to help you.
Mr. Parent, when you first went to Steve Hoyle, it doesn't sound like maybe you were as honest as you should have been about your alcohol use. When you first came to prison, you were pretty straightforward about the number of DWIs you had and your alcohol use. And then when you got to Steve Hoyle, you kind of downplayed it a little bit. It sounds like maybe you've learned some things since you've been there that you maybe were not aware of before. Did you have any sort of, did you ever go to AA meetings when you were outside of prison?
No, sir.
How have you done in the programs? I looked at your report. The report is excellent. You've gotten a number of accommodations for speaking up in group and working in group. So tell me what you believe has changed you, if anything has changed since you've been through the Steve Hall program.
I believe if they'd had this program in the 80s, I wouldn't be back in prison. I've learned, you know, to look deep into yourself. And I've learned how crime affects everybody, affects the community, affects real estate prices. I mean, there's a lot that I've learned. You know, I try to have a speech, and I get so nervous when I come up here. It just doesn't come out right. But I've learned that, like I said, that being an alcoholic doesn't just, you know, where you have to wake up and have a drink. That you can just be an alcoholic and drink once a year. I've learned, you know, the different, you know, emotional states, the negative, you know, the part that ego plays in a man's life or, you know, a person's life. I've learned that, you know, you got to get past all that. You know?
Since you've been in prison since 2000, have you had any write-ups for intoxication?
No, sir.
Have you had write-ups since the last time you had a hearing before us? I was not on your panel, I don't believe, the last time. But have you had any write-ups since you've been since your last hearing here, since you've been at Steve Hall?
No, sir. I think my last write-up was in December in 2015. I don't have the information in me. I think that's the last write-up.
Talk a little bit about, in looking at your history, I mean, you know, it's no denying you have a substantial rap sheet. You don't have that many convictions, but you've got a substantial rap sheet. A lot of it has some violence on there, some anger issues, which are apparent to me. What have you done to address your anger issues?
Well, they teach you in anger management, you know, hold your breath, think about it. what the consequences are. You know, think before you act. You know what I mean? And instead of holding stuff inside, to communicate with people. Like instead of letting stuff build up, like if you have a problem with somebody, you know, have a dialogue, you know, and, you know, take deep breaths and, you know, and try to be, you know, cordial. And they show that how anger can, you know, affect and destroy your life.
Do you accept the fact that you have an anger problem?
Yes, I did, sir. Especially when I was drinking. Yes, sir.
Alcohol has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, it triggers.
I don't know if you know anything about my background, Mr. Parrott, but I was a judge and I ran a drug court for 14 years. So I'm pretty familiar with substance abuse issues and things like that. You know, one of the things that I clearly remember, one of the expressions of AA is that I didn't always get in trouble when I was drinking, but every time I got in trouble, I was drinking. And so a lot of times alcohol changes a lot of things. And I think that Steve Hoyle also addresses anger issues. Have you learned anything in the Steve Hoyle program about your anger issues and how you hope to be able to combat that as well? Tell me why I should take a chance on you with kind of the history that you have. So tell me what's different today about Craig Parent?
Well, sir, back when I came to jail in 2000, I took a deep look, fearless moral look at myself, and it wasn't a pretty sight. And from day one, I started getting in self-help programs. I started seeing things that were wrong, you know, and I tried to better myself. And I guarantee you, if you take a chance on Craig Parent, he'd be a productive tax-paying citizen. And my days of coming to jail or being a problem to anybody are over, sir.
Mr. Parent, let's talk a little bit about what got you here. You're serving a 66-year sentence. You've got a significant, you were convicted of 7 counts of offenses. Talk to me a little bit about that. First off, let me ask you, what was your relationship with Geraldine Lambert?
Well, we were boyfriend and girlfriend at one point.
How long were y'all together?
A little under a year, sir.
I assume that, just doing the math, I assume she's not the father of your son.
No, sir. No, sir.
Do you have any children together or any other relationship?
No, sir. I have one child.
Tell me if you would, and I want you to be honest with me today. Because today is the day of reckoning, and I'm interested in knowing who you are today. Tell me as best you can recall what happened and what you did and why you did the things that you did that led to your conviction of all of these offenses.
Well, like I said, you know, I had a problem with, you know, immediate gratification. And I was dealing with a lot of failures in my life at that point in time. Instead of blaming myself and manning up, I took my anger and my aggressions out on Miss Lambert. You know, I put some emotional scars on her that I pray to God that he removes at some point in time. And I said some things, and, you know, I felt as though I was twisted. I was, you know, not in the right frame of mind. I mean, there was no way.
What were some of the things you did? Just tell me what it is that you did. What some of the things that you did to her that caused her to be convicted.
You know, tell her, you know, different things like, you know, there was some money involved to pay a credit card debt off, and how would I say this? You know, I had thought that the money was supposed to be paid back. But anyway, to make a long story short, I take full responsibility, and I intimidated. I used my bullyish attitude to try to get things from her that, you know, I was overbearing. You know, I made some threats. I said, you blanked with the wrong person. You know, I went in the garage and I took the exercise bike and my tools out. you know, and I didn't have permission. One night we was arguing and I left in the car, you know, because my truck was low on gas, but there's no excuse. I'm not minimizing anything, you know. The crimes I committed were, you know, severe, and, you know, I wasn't even thinking clearly.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Parent, in working through Steve Hoyle, working through the various programs that you worked through, I think you took Thinking for a Change in a few other programs, anger management, victim awareness, reentry program. Tell me what you've learned or how you think what you did to Ms. Lambert has affected her.
I think that made some tremendous harmful scars on Ms. Lambert. And I pray to God for forgiveness, and I hope one day she can have closure on it.
Are you taking other courses in addition to the Steve Hoyle program right now? I know Steve Hoyle has a number of things, risk management, living in balance, victim awareness, anger management, MRT, job readiness. But are you doing other things as well? Were you doing Thinking for a Change in nurturing parent, other things like that?
Ben, I didn't do the nurturing for a parent because I think your child, when he's over 18, they don't put you in the class here. I have a list of classes if you'd like me to read them all. I did the Royal Recognition Therapy, which is MRT, Living in Balance 1 and 2, Risk Management 1 and 2, Anger Management, Victim Awareness, Job Readiness, Thinking for a Change, TCU, Courage to Change. I did a Commitment to Change course, which is mostly videos that's put on by Dr. Sanamar. And he goes into prisons, and I think in Texas and Michigan, and he interviews prisoners, and there's a big dialogue, there's role playing, and it shows how, you know, some people can change. I did quitting alcohol. I'm in coping skills right now, and relapse prevention. Relapse prevention is a book out of Michigan that, I mean, here's a stack of books right here. It's a book out of Michigan, which is from, I think, Michigan Penitentiary, and it points out plans you can make to stop yourself from relapsing or coming back to jail. And my biggest thing is I talk to God. I'm not trying to play with, you know, I have a personal dialogue with God. So when I have a problem, I lay in bed and I talk to God. And I've learned that calms my nerves, and there's a higher power there, you know, that can restore sanity to my life.
Mr. Parent, what is your transition plan? What, if you were granted an early release, where would you live? What kind of work would you do? Where would you go? Tell me a little bit about what you plan.
I've had several job opportunities. Judge Hand has offered his pool house for me to live in. And I'm gonna go to work for my dad at first because I just want to do the right thing by my father. So, you know, he's remarried, and I don't want to cause any harm or havoc in his life. You know, he's got a new wife and all that. So Judge Hand has offered me, you know, a residency with him. I'm gonna live in his pool house, and he says he has job opportunities to me. In fact, Senator Mott, there's a number of people that have offered me jobs. You know, I have plenty. But my biggest thing is, if you let me out, you find me at St. Angela Marista. I'm gonna go to that preacher and I'm gonna ask, is there any community service I can do? Can I help a vet that might need a bathroom fixed so we can get in with a wheelchair? Can I fix a kitchen? And I went to school there from first to third grade. My parents got divorced and we moved. But I'm gonna go to that church and I'll be there on Sunday morning at 8 or 9 o'clock mass from 10 to 1st. And I'm at the exit, the priest, please let me know if there's any community service that I can do. But also, you know, when I was in Angola, I played a big part in the reentry program. I taught carpentry there. And I was able to get a bunch of guys jobs. So I want to reach back and see if I can help get the people jobs, because it's hard to get a job coming out of prison. But, you know, when these guys go up there and, you know, they learn a trade, and I think they, need a break with it. So
How long did you work with the reentry program?
I was there for 4 years. I was the lead mentor over the carpentry program. The sheetrock, I think they got certificates in there.
I was at the police, but I learned hazmat. I taught hazmat. I worked all over the state.
Mr. Parent, I appreciate you talking with me. There's some things that you can't help. For example, there's law enforcement opposition on your early release, a strong victim opposition on your early release. Your criminal history is certainly not the best in the world. Is problematic. Could we speak to the warden? The warden, as well as the supervisor of the Steve Hall program. Can we hear from both of you? What can you tell us how Mr. Parent is doing?
Good morning, everybody. I would just reiterate maybe what Fender Parent has said, that from early beginning, we put out his treatment plan, we went over all our recommendations, and he's done everything we've asked him to do as far as completing the programs. Talking to some of the counselors that are over his classes, have also reiterated that he participates well, that he's taken the program seriously. I would say early on, probably within the first 30 days of being here, he realized that one, we took treatment seriously, and to stay here, he was going to have to take treatment seriously, and he did that. So I mean, all the classes that we asked him to do, he participated in and has done well. And he's not been any behavioral concerns with us as far as programming goes.
Thank you.
Sergeant Todd Roberts. Mr. Parent has not been any issues within our facility. Every interaction that I've had with him has been professional and cordial, and I can't say anything negative about Mr. Parent while he's been here.
Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, that's all the questions I have. Sit back and listen to you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll hear from the support view. Could we hear from Judge Han? Go ahead, sir, if you can unmute your mic.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Please excuse the fact that I'm not too familiar with the Zoom situation. I guess I'm somewhat of a dinosaur with all this new technology. But by way of introduction, I was a judge in the 24th Judicial District Court for approximately 15 years. I've served the Parish of Jefferson in various capacities over the years. I was originally a city councilman for the city of Kenner, and now I'm a magistrate with the city of Kenner. I think I'm in a unique position in regard to Craig Parent. I've known him for over 30 years, so I knew him before this situation came up where he's been incarcerated for, I believe, a little bit over 20 years now. I know that he is a totally changed person from the person that he was when he committed these crimes. I mean, I've talked to him a number of times. I believe the tremendous amount of programs that he's been active with, I think, have really made a strong impression on his life, and I believe he has been totally rehabilitated through these programs. I've worked with him over many years, and I've just seen from the time that he was active with the Impact program, where we went to hunt and gave out awards to the young people who graduated from that. I know he's been working with the reentry program. I think he has a special ability to reach out to young people because he's been on both sides of the fence. And I think I think he could be a mentor for young people. I think he helped a lot of young people with the reentry program. And I really think in a mentorship role, he could really do a lot of good, especially in our community in the greater New Orleans area where we have a lot of crime. And I just think, you know, he could do a very good job with that. I know he wants to work with his father in construction. His father's elderly. And I think he has a great ability. I know when he was at the police barracks, state police barracks in Baton Rouge, he did some tremendous carpentry work with that function and with their facilities. I am willing to provide him housing. I'm willing to, I hate to use the word supervise him, but work with him. I was doing some work with the schools with other judges who were going around with the, you know, Just Say No to Drugs program. And I think he would be a great person to speak to the high schools, the high school students in our area. He would be a great example of someone who has been through drugs and alcohol and all of that. And I think he would do a great job in relating to young people. I know he wants to establish a relationship with his son, and I really think he could do that at this point in time. I would just be glad to answer any questions at all. I mean, I'm willing to help him because I think he can be a credit to the community and he can accomplish a lot of good. And I can tell you, he is a different person from the person I first knew. And, you know, and I credit the Department of Corrections. You know, when I was in the legislature, you know, I was on the criminal committee and we established a lot of programs. And I think he's a perfect example of what this board and the criminal justice system has done. And I credit and thank y'all for your service. And I'll be glad to answer any questions as best as I can. I know the DA is going to come up later and he's going to reiterate all the negatives and he said it we've had, I think, 5 hearings and he's come up before and he says, oh, Craig's got all kinds of influence and Craig's got this. If Craig had influence, he wouldn't have been in jail for 20-something years on this crime. I can tell you that.
Sir, excuse me, sir, we need to move on.
Okay. Sorry, if there's any
I
questions.
appreciate your remarks. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Senator Martini, could we hear from you, sir? Good morning.
Let me correct Ms. Renata, although I guess in some way I can still be referred to as a senator. I have not been a senator for the last 2 years. But where I do come from is when Judge Ham left the legislature in 1994, I took his place. In 1996 and the following 8 years, I served as chairman of the Criminal Justice Committee in the House. Then I moved over to the Senate and served one term as chairman of Judiciary B, which cover corrections. And I guess you'd say, my talent, where I expended a lot of my energies, is correcting wrongs that we may have enacted, you know, by mistake. You can remember back in the late 80s, early 90s, there was a big thing about 3 strikes and you're out, 3 strikes and you're out. And if you've ever been around the legislature, whether you agree with that or not, it's not something you can vote again. And it passed. And it said any 3 felonies, life without parole. I think when it started happening, people were writing three checks in excess of the amount that you could be charged with a felony. People realized that we were going to be putting people in jail for the rest of their lives on nonviolent crimes. I think it was my legislation that said it had to be crimes of violence in order to do that. And to our credit, we fixed it, but we didn't make it retroactive. And Craig is one of several, I don't know the exact number, of people who got caught in the switches. So he was still stuck with that. The courts, in their wisdom, that ordered them to be resentenced, and I understand. And a lot of people, I've been here, this is probably the third or fourth time that and I sat here and I watched as I heard sit on where murderers and rapists and armed robbers have been granted parole. Doesn't mean that everybody should get it or shouldn't get it. You know, every time we have come, another proviso has been placed on Craig. Well, we're inclined to really, you know, whatever, but you know, we need you to go take this program in Shreveport, wherever it is. And I think to his credit, he did it. Based on what I'm hearing from people out there, he did it right. You know, what? Yeah, it's kind of hard to judge. And I feel bad. And you have all my respect for having to deal with the situation. When you're dealing with a man who did something, which I also admit was very egregious 20-something years ago, and now you've got to make a determination as to the right thing. I would suggest to you that my personal experience with him, I didn't, and contrary to what has been told in this past, I never knew Craig Barrett before I got in the legislature. I will tell you that he did work out at a health club that I worked out with, and I recognized him by sight, but he and I never had a conversation until I was in the legislature. We have over the years, we have tried to correct, I don't want to say correct this wrong, but correct this procedural problem that we have. And I'm very pleased to say, because of my efforts and the efforts of a lot of good legislators, there are people who have deserved a second chance. And I will now out on the street doing good. So I just think he should be, that consideration should be taken. It seems like every time we come, he gets right up to the end. I will say this, I did hear Judge Marvell, you did mention the fact that law enforcement has opposition to this, which I'm assuming it's from the Jefferson case. I have personally spoken with Sheriff Lapinto of Jefferson, and he has absolutely no problem with this. And in fact, when I left being chairman of criminal justice in the House and moved on to the Senate, Sheriff Lapinto became chairman of criminal justice. So he's very familiar, not only with the issue, but he's very familiar with Craig's personal situation. And again, he had no personal relationship. I've been accused. I know how you process this. I don't get to do rebuttal or whatever, but you know, I've sat here and listened to people take shots, personal shots at me and Judge Hand, even former Sheriff Harry Lee, who didn't even know Craig Barrett, to make it sound like the fix was in. What I am doing, I didn't have to be here. I could have done this by Zoom. I'm no longer in the legislature. I have no personal relationship with Craig other than the times that we discussed this. And I just believe that 22 years, I feel sorry for the victim. I would just suggest to you that the only crime of violence he was charged with at the time. Again, I appreciate your patience in here listening to me. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy.
Thank you. No questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Now we'll hear from the opposition. If we could start with Mr.
I'm Ajia's mom. I find it very interesting. I'm just going to say this, that the good senator says he feels sorry for us. Well, you know what? He nor Judge Hand lived the horror and the terror that I lived for my family, for my grandson who was very, very young, for my other children, and especially for my daughter. I'm going to give you one incident. I was bathing my grandson in the sink. And this will be, Craig, you know, will be with me for the rest of my life. You called me on the phone, Craig, and you said, I see you. And you think you know fear now? I'm going to introduce you to fear. You were a very young man, Craig, And you introduced me for the first time in my life. You introduced me to fear. I'm an expert witness in the field of domestic violence. I've learned all about it 30 years. I have worked in all the parishes in the South. I understand who can be rehabilitated and who can't. I know you've lived confined and in a highly structured environment for many, many years. And you've succeeded and you've flourished and you've grown and all these wonderful programs, and you found God and you're going to go to church. Judge Hand speaks that you're going to go live in his pool house and that you're a changed man. And I hope for your sake you are a changed man. But I don't think people change their stripes like that. Not as violent as you've been in your life. Not when the police in New Orleans and the sheriff's department in Jefferson Parish used to tell me she's never going to live through this. Every time they called me, I thought they were calling me to tell me that my daughter and my grandson were dead. I have nothing like in your other life. I don't really care about your other life. What I care about is my family and what you've done to us. Your behavior, your violence. I pray for you, Craig, I do. But I think that in a highly structured environment, you can be successful. Out in the street, I don't see it. I just don't. The good senator and the judge, they don't know you like I know you, like you've made me know you. And I'm very much against you receiving parole. My letter stands as it is in your file. The Honorable Parole Board, my letter stands. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you for your remarks. There you go.
Thank you. I'm still very much against Craig getting parole. I have no hate in my heart for him. He sounds like he's doing really well in there. But what I'd like to share, what I'd like to make sure you all know, and I may have said it before, is I also have a letter or two in the file that should be. I hope y'all have read it. I do stand by it. And here's the thing. When he did these things, when he did these horrible things, it was over a protracted time span. He was not drunk. He was not under the influence of drugs. He did these things because of his core and who he is. He's a predator. He just is. Every thought he has is predatory. It's calculated and it's ahead of time. He doesn't have a relationship with his son because of what he did to his son's mother, who is too scared to come now today to testify. He says he wants to go live with his dad. God bless his dad. His dad is sick and elderly now. And when Craig was out, all he did was take advantage of his dad, steal from him, lie to him, and hurt him. His poor dad, God bless his dad, he's not going to do anything except take advantage of his elderly father if y'all let him out. As far as Judge Hand, you know, the judge on the right who ran the drug court, who says he's run the drug court in the past, I know you know, and I'm sure all of you know that you know, when you really want to be rehabilitated and stop what you've done in the past, you have to change your people, places, and things. Judge Hand is one of the old people. And He was running drugs and Craig was running drugs and prostitutes for Judge Hand. And Lentini too, and doing their other dirty work and being their strong man. And it was because of their influence that Craig could not get arrested.
We're here to talk about your feelings about Craig's parents and his possible release. Period.
I'm sorry. I'm just letting y'all know that that's part of why Craig was able to go on his. Now, I'm not the only victim. He burned a family's house down, and that man's too scared to come testify anymore. There are several other victims that have left the state completely because they were so terrified. I'm only here because I know if he gets out, he's going to come kill us and harm everyone else he touches. He does have a good skill in construction. It was his contractor's license that caused another attorney to introduce me to him to be a contractor. But he's a con man, and he's a predator, and he's a thief, and he's a harmer. And there's a huge danger in letting him out and letting him do business with people, because that's one of the ways in which he victimizes people. It's severe. Y'all know he's a murderer. Y'all know he is. That poor mother never got justice for her son because of people like Judge Hand and Senator Lentini, getting him out of trouble and protecting him.
Lambert, we're here to speak about Craig Parent.
I am speaking about Craig Parent, ma'am. Yes, I absolutely am. It was not, the thing he said about getting out to the young people. He's the last person you want around our young people. He's doing well in jail and maybe helping them in jail because he's around guards, because he's guarded in by bars, and because he can't do the bad things that he will do if y'all let him out. He can't help it. He talked about Jesus to me too. It's not true. It was not because of drugs or alcohol that he did these things. It's in his violent nature. It's in his predatory nature. It's who he is. I have no personal ill will against him, but if y'all let him out, there will be more blood on the streets. There will be more killing. There will be more thieving, and there will be more torturing. And he is not someone he is one of the bad guys. And I'm glad he's being good in jail, and I'm glad he's being helpful there. But for society's sake, and it's not just women, it's anyone.
Can you wrap it up for us? Wrap it up, please, ma'am.
Yes, please don't let him out, because unless he's under guard and behind bars, he's a predator, and he will continue. It's not caused by the alcohol or drugs. I was there. I know. This was a long term. It's premeditated. It's just who he is. Please let him stay in the jail and do the good he's doing there. But he has to be in that environment in order to do the good he's doing.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Might I respond to the allegation that he was running drugs and prostitutes? I assume she was talking about me.
No, I don't think she didn't mention your name.
She said Lentini, Senator Lentini. That's fine. Just want the record to be clear.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wolf would like to hear from the DA's office.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. I want to thank the board for this opportunity to come speak to you today. I have been involved in this case since 1999. I was at that time the chief of the Family Violence Prosecution Unit, a unit within the Jefferson Parish District Attorney's Office that reviewed and prosecuted cases of domestic violence and child abuse. When this case was brought to my attention, I looked at it, I screened it personally. I interviewed the witnesses, I spoke to the police officers, read all the reports, and I charged this case. I then kept the case as a vertical prosecution. I was lead prosecutor at the trial of this matter. And one thing that rang true then that still rings true today in consistency is that Mr. Parent is untruthful, and that Mr. Parent is in fact a con man, as Ms. Lambert described him. When we went to trial, Ms. Lambert testified and Ms. Blanco testified as to the physical violence that Ms. Lambert was the victim of and the threats that were made towards Ms. Lambert and her young child by Mr. Parent. He made threats through Ms. Blanco after Ms. Lambert had left her residence to seek refuge with her mother. He followed her there. He continued to make threats. He was going to kill and dismember her child. He was going to kill and dismember her. He was going to burn down her residence, things of that nature. During the trial, we were able to bring in other witnesses who were also victims of Mr. Parent, Mr. Mel Robards, who had a financial dispute with Mr. Parent. He and his family were threatened by Mr. Parent, and his residence that was being built by Mr. Parent was a subject of an arson. Mr. Parent denied at trial that he would ever cause harm or threaten Ms. Lambert because he doesn't threaten women, and it's not within him to do that, at which time we were able to call his ex-wife, Ms. Casey, to the stand, who testified not only that Mr. Parent had threatened her during their very short marriage, but she kept it documented in a diary that was introduced at court. Mr. Parent does have a child with Ms. Casey. That child, who is now an adult, has sought and obtained a restraining order. Should Mr. Parent ever be released from DOC, that child wants nothing to do with him. That was done at the resentencing hearing. Mr. Parent blames his alcoholism on his actions, and that's something that we should look at. Because again, 20 some odd years after he's convicted, he's ordered to go to Stephen Hoyle, and Mr. Roche has been asking him or advising him for over 2 years to go to Stephen Hoyle. He finally goes to Stephen Hoyle, and the first thing he does is he lies at intake. Oh, I have 3 or 4 beers a month. Again, in order to change, you've got to want to change, and you've got to be honest with yourself. And this man is still lying about his alcoholism, his substance abuse issues, and his he claims that he's now rehabilitated. It didn't happen. At the trial, we had an inmate testify that Mr. Parent had offered him money to kill Miss Lambert because he thought he was going to get out. This is while Craig Parent is in jail and has no access to alcohol. When Mr. Parent testified that he never offered anybody to kill Miss Lambert and he just wouldn't do anything like that, we brought in a second inmate who he had also offered money to kill Miss Lambert. And this is a man with a prior crime of violence in his background. In 1987, he was indicted along with a co-defendant for first-degree murder. 3 weeks after indictment, he was allowed to plead guilty to attempted armed robbery. That was his first crime of violence on his multiple bill that we filed, wherein we had the attempted armed robbery and the extortion, 2 crimes of violence. So this was not somebody who wrote 3 bad checks and was sentenced to life. This was a man who had 2 crimes of violence and another felony offense, wherein Judge Zeno, after listening to this case, sentenced the defendant to the maximum possible prison sentence for every count, and he ran them all consecutively, noting that Mr. Parent is a continuing danger to Miss Lambert and to the public at large. And I submit to you that he has not changed, and that's evidenced by the fact that he has cyber stalked Miss Lambert while in prison. And this came up at a parole hearing, I want to say in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. He has also made improper contact to the parole board through third parties, and he has been written up for that. He was in the state police barracks until he was kicked out for making unwanted and continuous contact with a female civilian employee and her young daughter, who happened to be at the facility on that day, because the civilian employee couldn't get a babysitter on that day. He's denied any need for psychiatric help, although he has a history of violence that is evidenced by his record. I also, like Ms. Lambert, hope that y'all have all had the opportunity to read the letters of opposition, not only by myself and Randy Meyer, but Ms. Lambert, Ms. Polanco, Mel Robarts, Don Casey. We've been coming to parole hearings now since March of 2015, and I believe those letters are written in March of 2015, the first letters. This is a man who was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, so please excuse the frustration that some of us may have shown during our testimony today. But it's evident of his history when he can't even tell the truth to intake at Stephen Hoyle, and when he tells the psych personnel that he's only there because he's being forced to be there. There's a difference between wanting to be rehabilitated and wanting to better yourself and giving lip service to the folks that you think can help you. And I submit to this board that his history strongly suggests that he's paying lip service and he's going through the motions, and he really doesn't want help because he really doesn't think he has a problem. And he said that at the last hearing as well, that he doesn't crave alcohol. He doesn't have a problem with alcohol. Yet today he's somehow admitting that he's an alcoholic, and he'll get AA on the outside. And had he been to Stephen Hoyle back in the 80s, he'd have never gone to prison. I don't believe it. I don't think y'all should believe it either. I think this is a man who's been a violent predator his entire life. Back in 1987, when he was involved in this execution style murder over drugs, he was 25 years old. When he's terrorizing Miss Lambert and Miss Casey before her, he's pushing 40. It's not like a young kid that made a mistake and he's now rehabilitated. This is a pattern over many, many years that you can't change somebody's soul. And this man is a danger to society, and he's a danger to Miss Lambert and her mother and others, probably Miss Casey and her child. And we strongly urge the board to deny Mr. Parent's request and to err on the side of safety for not only the victim in this case, but society in general. As both Skipan and Danny Martini have testified, we've been butting heads for many years now. I think of significance is at the resentencing, which just occurred in 2020. Under oath, Mr. Martini admitted that he's never read the actual file, State of Louisiana versus Craig Parent. He's the only knowledge.
Can you wrap it up for us?
I can. Thank you, ma'am. The only knowledge he has of the facts of the case, or what Craig has told him, and what he's heard from myself and the victims in this case. But thank you all so much for your time today. Again, we urge you to leave him where he is, confined and in compliance, because he's been out on the street on probation and parole before, and it hasn't turned out well. He comes back. Thank you all so much for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Parent, before we turn it over to Mr. Ciascio, do you have a statement you'd like to make?
Concerning the victims and concerning the DA.
What would you like us to know? What would you like to say to the panel? If anything.
I can guarantee you that I'm a changed man. You know, a lot of things have been said about me, and you know, I think in intake, I said that I drank 3 or 4 beers a day. I never told any site that I was forced to be here. I just want to clarify that. But I want you to know that since the beginning of my incarceration 22 years ago, I took a deep personal look at myself. And like I said, it wasn't a pretty sight, but I have changed. And I am a better person. And if this board grants me parole, I can promise you, nobody will ever hear from Craig Parent. Thanks. I want to thank the board for the opportunity in this hearing. I appreciate it 100%. Thanks for putting up. Thank you.
Here, Mr. Ciascio.
I think this is my 5th time here, and there is one thing that has not changed, and that is the facts of the crime that was committed 22 years ago remain the same. And each time we come here, David Wolf very eloquently recites what those crimes were, what Craig Parent did. And I agree, they were despicable acts on his part. But what is the whole purpose of prison and rehabilitation, and ultimately the decision that this board has to make? Is it always look at the facts, what happened 21, 22 years ago, and say a human being doesn't possess the ability to be rehabilitated? Because if that's the case, then all of these people who are in prison should never be granted parole or pardon. Job of the Department of Corrections is to, first of all, administer the sentence that was imposed by the judge, which they have done, but to also try to rehabilitate prisoners so that they can be released from prison and be productive citizens. You look over the course of the 22 years that he's been in prison, look at the fact that he has completed numerous courses. Look at the fact that he has been a trustee. He has been sent all around the state of Louisiana. He has worked at the governor's mansion. He's worked at the National Guard office in Carville. He's worked at schools. Never had a problem from any of these supervisors concerning him causing violence, causing problems with anybody he works with, or being a threat to anyone he's been around. 4 or 5 years ago, Craig became a mentor. Assistant Warden Young participated in this process with him. Assistant Warden Young has testified at his resentencing hearing that Craig is an example of moral rehabilitation that has occurred at Angola. Craig's been responsible and participated in helping 45 inmates be rehabilitated, be taught a skill, a trade, and they've been released from prison. Craig's not perfect, but he's been doing things to try to make himself better. And he has certainly exhibited what I believe the Department of Corrections would admit to, that he has been rehabilitated. So what if he's released? What happens then? He gets a job, he becomes productive, but he's also supervised. He still has to report to a parole officer. And if he flies off or goes off the deep end, he's going to be back in jail. What's the likelihood of that happening? based on his 22 years at Angola and the record that he has, the likelihood of that happening is so non-existent that there is little or no risk in him being released. And finally, when I look at the nature of the crimes that he committed, and you look at, for instance, the 2 parole hearings before this that he appeared in, there were 4 second-degree murderers and 1 aggravated rapist that were granted parole. Craig Parent, over this 22 years, and based on his record, certainly has a much better chance at succeeding than some of these very, very violent criminals. So I would request and respectfully urge you to, at this point in time, especially since he decided to go to the Stephen Hoyle program, where he was very comfortable at Angola and put himself in a different situation, and based on the testimony of the supervisors at Stephen Hoyle, has done extremely well. So I would request that y'all bring it forward.
Thank you, sir. All right. You prepared to vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge Marabella.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First off, I'd like to express my appreciation for all that have come today to speak. It is very clear to me that this was a horrible crime that has left scars for years on the victim and the victim's family. That is without question. Mr. Parent, I appreciate your interview today. This is a very, very difficult case, obviously. This case has been up before this board 4 or 5 times, apparently. I've not been on any of the panels before. This is my first time being on the panel. But I understand the complexity of it. I understand the concern that everyone has had in the past. This year marks my 50th year in the criminal justice system, the legal system. I was a district attorney. I was a defense lawyer. I was a judge. Now I'm on the parole committee. There are a lot of things that these roles have different roles. The district attorney, for example, Mr. Wolf, I appreciate everything that he said today. He did a very good job for his office. I respect his position. I respect what he said. But they have a role in this process. The defense lawyer has a role in this process. The judge has a role in this process. That's where they look clearly and hard at the facts of the case to make a determination who you were, what you did at the time this offense was committed. Then we have the legislature. They have a role likewise in this whole process. And then we get to the Department of Corrections, and then we get to the parole board. And our role is different from all of this. Our role is to not only look at who you were then, how horrible the crime was, and what effect that crime has had on the victims, but it also requires us to look at who you are today and whether or not you've changed, whether or not we believe, or I believe, and I'll say it me because it's individual to each of us, whether or not you have rehabilitated sufficiently to merit an early release. You've been before this board 4 or 5 times and you've been rejected. The last time you were here, there were things that were suggested that you needed to do, and you have accomplished those things. You're in the Steve Hoyle program right now, which is an excellent program. You're 60 years old. You've been in prison for 22 years. You've explained to me your sobriety plan and why you believe you'll be able to stay sober. You have a good treatment plan. You have a low risk. Good remarks by the warden and the supervisor at Steve Hoyle facility. There comes a time when I hear a lot of people say, I'm tired. I've been in prison for a long time, ready to make a move, to do things. I do believe you're a different man than you were who committed this crime 22 years ago. My vote today is going to be to grant your parole with the following special conditions. Number one, that you attend 3 AA meetings per week upon your release, that you absolutely and completely have no contact whatsoever with the victim or anyone in her family throughout your entire supervision period. I'm also going to suggest that you have a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. And as Judge Hand pointed out, I would like to see you do some community service for 5 hours a month. Madam Chairman, that would be my.
Thank you, Judge Mirabella. Mr. Freeman?
This was a very, very challenging case. Appreciate everybody that came here and spoke. It took a lot of courage. And, you know, to be on either side, it takes a lot of courage. But my vote is the same as Mr. Marabella. I vote to grant, but I also would like you to be placed on electronic monitor. That way, if you come anywhere near the victim or their family, I'll be the first one to vote to put you back in jail. So we're gonna put you on electronic monitor, make sure you stay clear. If you see them in Walmart, you leave. Okay, you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, that's my vote today.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. All right, Mr. Parent, based on everything I've heard today and heard in the past, you've done the things that I asked you to do. Well, my vote is the same as my colleagues with the same special.
Thank you.
Upon completion of the Steve Paul program.
Yes.
You got to finish the program.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Follow whatever aftercare treatment program they recommend.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ms. Renatza, excuse me, if I may. We would also request that the board consider placing Mr. Parent on a scram bracelet as a condition of parole as well to monitor any potential alcohol use.
You don't have them, you have to pay for them.
Would it be at his expense?
Does the DA's office want to pay for them?
I do. I'm not.
That would be at the inmate's expense.
All right, there's no unanimous vote here by the panel to order that scram bracelet at this time. Thank you, everyone who participated today. We appreciate it. Warden Burns, that concludes our business at your facility. Thanks for accommodating us. It's 10:11.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And they granted parole. And however you feel about this, maybe you might be feeling, well, he served 22 years. He didn't kill anyone in this instant case. He should get out. And my focus is going to be on why is there a judge and a senator, albeit retired for 2 years at the time, coming up and standing and talking on your behalf? Someone answer that question. Certainly the allegation of him being the procurer of narcotics and woman of the night could be a reason why. It kind of seems like blackmail would be the most logical, the only sensible reason for you to follow him around and offer him not only to get out, but to sleep in your pool house. Gosh, I wonder how this man's wife feels about this dude sleeping in his pool house. What kind of dirt can he possibly have on these men unless that allegation is not true? And again, we have no proof of it. It's simply allegations, but we've been wondering why? Well, I think we know why. Again, we don't have proof, but it was thrown out there and it makes a lot of sense to me. Does it make sense to you? Now, he is still out, to his credit. It's October 10th, 2025 by the time I'm finally finishing this unpacking. This parole hearing happened, this third one, on 10/26/2022. I've Googled, I've looked, I've searched. I don't see any news. There's no revocations that would be playing it. But you have to imagine the victims who stood up so courageously will be looking over their shoulders and cannot live a day without fear. And I felt like this was straight up, good versus evil. It was so fascinating in a sense that you have victims, one who's a defense attorney, one who's an expert witness in the field of DV. You have the DA that shows up and really just amazingly speaks on behalf each time. And then on the other side, you have a judge, you have a senator. They were legislators. They rewrote the law to make it possible for this man to get out. It's insane. There's one court document Sir Richard found, which is right before this parole hearing. He actually filed an appeal, a lawsuit against the Department of Corrections, where he wanted his good time to be calculated differently. And he won the court case. The DOC appealed it, and he won the appeal and basically got like thousands of days of good time in his credit for some weird lawsuit. I don't know. I'm not going to go over it with you, but it just again showed that even while locked up, while waiting for this parole hearing, he somehow won a case against the Department of Corrections for how his good time should be calculated. And it would have gotten him out years early had he gotten denied in this case. But he didn't need that lawsuit. I just want this to be seen. This needs to be, like, I know it's out there, but no one's seen it. Why? Why is a senator and a judge, and by the way, that judge who was there on the case, who was accused of the one who needed the Pepsi and the whatnot from this guy, guess where he is now? Take a guess where he is now. He is with the Parole Project. He's on their website. I'm not sure if he's an advisor, if he's what it is, but he's listed on their website in their leadership page. So that doesn't surprise anyone who knows anything about I guess I could show you here. We can go. Parole Project. Judge Kernan Skip Hand goes through his experience. He was Kenner City Council Chair, Louisiana State Representative for 10 years. 24th Judicial District Court Judge, 1994 to 2008. Jefferson Parish Administrative Hearing Officer, 2009 to 2010. And then City of Kenner Magistrate from 2014 until 2023. So he was at that position during this parole hearing, during the last 3 parole hearings. Father of 6 children. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? But this man is out. The parole board released him, and I don't know what else to say. Leave in the comment section if you have any updates and know anything that I don't know. I know this was a long hearing. I'll put an appeal for this previous offense inside the description, but this just blows my mind. I mean, we always hear about the swamps in Louisiana and the corruption and we see this all the time, but now we really got to see it, and it's like wide out here in the public. When you look up the senator, it's the strangest thing. Nothing shows up. Senator Danny Martini, Louisiana. When you search that, nothing shows up. Nothing. It almost feels like he's had the internet scrubbed for him, which you can pay companies to do that, by the way. It's not a conspiracy theory thing. But it's like he's not even there. It's weird. I don't know. You would think a senator would have more of an internet presence. But there you have it. That's all I got. If you want to see more long hearings like this, then let me know in the comment section. But otherwise, with that, I'll let you go.
He's not even scared of the police. When one time when the police responded and they were at my house, Craig kept calling, saying, you say one word to them, I will kill you and your child. I'll kill, which he constantly said, but the police were right there in the house and he knew it. And he was not even afraid. He has no fear, none. And hearing Senator Martini say what he said, that he has talked to the lieutenant governor and the lieutenant governor would hire Craig in a minute. A convicted murderer? Our lieutenant governor is going to hire him in a minute? Well, yes. And the Sheriff Lopinto in Jefferson Parish, where Craig would be released on probation or parole. So he's going to get out on parole and be watched by wolves because he is also a wolf. And there will be no, yes, ma'am.
Can you wrap it up for us?
You know what? I can't, please. He will get out and kill us. So no, I can't wrap it up for you. I want what I need to say on the record. So if y'all let him out, when he kills me and my kids, and when he kills other people and or cons other people and burns their houses down, it will be on public record what y'all's decision was. Y'all, you should want a full record. And I have children. And I need to say what I need to say.
You can have 2 more minutes. 2 minutes.
I object to that. Craig was on probation or parole. Okay, I hope the public sees how the probation board is or parole board is treating the survivor of a violent crime.